देखो डरेगा ना इसलिए।
Slide रही है इसमें मुझे बहुत ऊपर
50
पॉइंटर लगा दो एक मिनट एक मिनट एक मिनट। वो तो अभी मैं पहले से करूँगा, बाद में करूँगा। ये बड़ा कैसे होगा? सब प्रेजेंट करने का ऑप्शन ही नहीं आ रहा यार। आपके पास पीपीटी में होगा? पीपीटी में, पीपीटी हो गई, ठीक है। व्हाट्सएप पे पीपीटी नहीं, पीडीएफ है। तो बताएं जी। 9045 ईमेल आईडी पे ASIM। सेंड कर दी। क्या आ रहा था प्रेजेंट करने का? ईमेल से मैंने जीमेल कर दूंगा। जीमेल से जीमेल कर दूंगा। इसमें मेल फ्लो है, एसक्यू एंटरप्राइज। Enterprises। चेक करना, स्लाइड चेक करना, स्लाइड करना, ऑन करवाना। वॉइस टेक्स्ट बोला हुआ नीचे ना बैटरी है, चल रहा है।
मेरी फोटो की जाके देखी कैसी क्या मसला है।
अरे यार, कल से रुक गया ना, वो तो रहता है मानते रहता है।
ऑफिस में बैठे रहेंगे ये नहीं थोड़ा कुछ कहीं भी पैसा नहीं इधर ही करते हैं ना।
उस पे थोड़ा सा 1 2 सेकंड का डिले है।
जैसे कि देखिए कि सर पूरा थोड़ा लेट हो गया। अब वो ऐसे ये मैं चल रही हूँ।
ऐसा करते रहा है, उस पे चल रहा है लाइट है। ठीक है। मेरी लड़की है।
मिट जाएगा।
Recording in progress.
ये सब ये रिकॉर्डिंग वाली इसे क्लिक करें।
मैं भी करना पड़ता है बस, काफी लाइट है।
पर्टिकुलर नीचे आ रहा है ये वाला।
ये ट्रांसमीटर है, वो माइक पे बदल के लगाओ। सोच सकते हैं हमारे इधर की क्यों आ रही है।
हेलो हेलो।
आगे नहीं, इतनी लगता है।
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the day 4 of the GIAN course on culturally empowering teacher training through language and literature. We have an engaging schedule lined up for today, comprising 2 lectures and 1 tutorial. Today, we are honored to be joined by Professor Anisul Rahman, an eminent scholar, poet, and translator, whose wide-ranging contributions to literature and education continue to inspire generations of readers, researchers, and teachers alike. He has also long been associated with Aligarh Muslim University and the Department of English, where he is warmly regarded as a mentor, collaborator, and guiding intellectual presence. It is my pleasure and privilege to introduce Professor Anisul Rahman, who will be delivering lectures on why study literature, a teacher's perspective, as a national faculty for this GIAN course. Professor Rahman is a distinguished literary scholar, translator, and poet, formerly a professor of English at Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, and currently serving as senior advisor to the Rekhta Foundation, the world's largest platform dedicated to language, literature, and culture. Born in 1950, Professor Rahman has made wide-ranging contributions to comparative literature, translation studies, Urdu literature, and post-colonial studies, with a particular focus on the literary traditions of South Asia, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Professor Rahman has also held several key academic and administrative positions at Jamia Millia Islamia, including head of the Department of English, Dean of Students' Welfare, Director of the Center for Coaching and Career Planning, and as Registrar. He has represented Indian Academia internationally as a Shastri Fellow at the University of Alberta, Canada in 2001 and 2002, and as a visiting scholar at Purdue University. His scholarly portfolio includes 4 authored books, 6 edited or co-edited volumes, His scholarly portfolio includes 4 authored books, 6 edited or co-edited volumes, and 2 collections of Urdu poetry in English translation. Among his recent and celebrated works are Earthenware 60 Poems, published by Rublik Publishing, in translation, Positions and Paradigms, published by Orient Baxtron in 2019, Hazaro Paishe Esi, The Wonderful World of Urdu Ghazals, published by HarperCollins in 2019, Socio-Literary Cultures in South Asia, published by Neogi Books, and most recently, Hazar Rang Shairi, The Wonderful World of the Urdu Nazm, and Essential Ghalib, both published by HarperCollins in 2024. In 2024, his landmark work, Hazaro Paishe Aisi, was honored with the Sahitya Academy Prize for Translation, recognizing its immense contribution to making Urdu ghazals accessible to a wider audience. The book was also featured in episode 8 of Signings podcast, Kitab Column, as a first ever comprehensive anthology of Urdu ghazals in English, spanning from the 16th century to the present and spotlighting 65 poets across 7 literary periods. In a heartfelt tribute to his legacy, Urdu Alive released a special issue dedicated entirely to Professor Rahman's literary journey, featuring interviews, critical essays, and translated classics. Recently, he has been delighting readers across Delhi, signing books and engaging in literary conversations at iconic spaces like Farikh Chand and Sons, Midland Bookshop at South Extension Horse House, and Kunzum Bookstore at Greater Kailash. On the left, we see the poster from the book discussion hosted by the HSS Research Scholars Group at IIT Delhi in April 2025, where Professor Rahman presented his latest work, The Essential Ghalib, published by HarperCollins India. In this volume, he offers a remarkable selection of Mirza Ghalib's Urdu couplets, translated into English with lucid commentary that makes the layered meanings of Ghalib's poetry accessible to modern readers. On the right is a poster from an international event titled What Lies Between Mirrors? 5 Centuries of Urdu Poetry in English Translation, held by the Indian Diaspora in Washington, D.C. in 2023. This session showcased Professor Rahman's contributions through his edited volumes Hazaro Khwaishe Aisi and Hazar Rang Shairi, which bring together Urdu ghazals and nazms spanning several centuries. Together, these events reflect Professor Rahman's enduring commitment to preserving and promoting the richness of Urdu literature across linguistic and cultural borders. They also speak of his unique ability to bridge the classical and contemporary, the regional and the global through the art of translation. Professor Rahman, we are honored to have you with us today, and I am sure your insights will leave us with much to reflect on, both as lovers of literature and language and as teachers of it. I invite Professor Anisur Rahman for his lecture titled Why Study Literature? A Teacher's Perspective. The lecture duration will be 2 hours. Participants are kindly requested to keep their questions or comments ready. These will be addressed at the end of each lecture. Before the lecture, we will felicitate Professor Anisur Rahman. I invite Professor Mohammad Rizwan Khan to felicitate Sir. I invite Professor Anisur Rahman to deliver the lecture. Mike?
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. It's a kind of a homecoming because one has been here many a time at this dais and in this hall. Pleasure, great pleasure. The introduction that was being given about me was very embarrassing for me to see with my own open eyes what all was said about me and what I could see. I admire the researcher who found so much material and put together. Your name is Maria. I heard him. My daughter's name is also Maria. And the topic is so simple that everyone has an answer. And the topic is why you study literature. This is title 1. This is talk 1. And after that, the second talk that is there is reading literature comparatively. So these are the 2 talks that I have to deliver, I think one after another. Because I have to go back today itself, I cannot make it for another day. That's why I requested Rizwan Saab to let me and allow me to leave today only. Because the book that she referred to last, that is The Essential Ghalib, which is a selection of 200 verses from Pali with translation and annotations, has left me nowhere in the sense that there is something happening almost every day. Last 2 months I've gone to the celebration of that book. So that makes me happy and that makes my readers happy. And I'm personally very, very satisfied with the book. That is what brings me to the talk that I'm going to deliver. Now, everyone has an answer to this question, why you study literature. Everyone has an answer. And you might be also amused at what this man is going to speak about because you already know about what is literature and why you study literature. You might read it for pleasure, you might read it for instruction, for getting education, etc., etc. Similarly, there are so many definitions and so many studies already carried out about what is literature itself. So the first question is what is literature? And then comes naturally the corollary, the question, the second question, which is why you study literature? So once you know what is literature, you raise this question, after all, why you study literature? Now, the very concept of literature has changed drastically. And in my own career, I have seen this changing fast. And you are very lucky to have been born in an age, in a time in which drastic changes are taking place. We could never imagine, even in dreams, we could even think of, we couldn't even dream that there will be a time when AI will come, artificial intelligence. I'm totally unaware of that, but you cannot be, you can't afford to be unaware of that. You have to go with that. And with that, you have new ways of looking at it, new ways of looking at text, new ways of looking at literature, and the very context that it is written into. That is a word. What is a word after all? And how does this word changes its nature, its color, its form when it comes into a context, when it is used in a poem or in a short story or wherever, any narrative, which will be a prose narrative or a poetic narrative. So the whole transformation that has taken place is very, very interesting. I started with the kind of, I read a very interesting essay by Jean-Paul Sartre, What is Literature? And in that he defines and says that literature is essentially an expression of human angst. That was the existential view of literature. Human angst. That is the worries, the human predicament that you pass through, the historical predicament, the social, cultural, personal predicament through passing history and cultures and time spans. So it is about the worries, the issues that we face, the challenges that we face, and as a result of that, the angst that we face. This is what Jean-Paul Sartre basically comes to tell us. But if you go back and if you go forward, you will find that it has been defined in so many other ways as well. Literary theorists, many of them, especially the Marxist theorists, especially say that literature is something which is a written word. And therefore, you could say that a leaflet or a booklet that you get after buying any material from the market, like, for example, a refrigerator or a TV or a file of medicine that you buy, something, some paper lying into it, a leaflet is there or a booklet is there. That is also a part of literature, according to one definition. So that is literature, and we often say कि इसका literature देखिए कहाँ है और क्या लिखा है इस refrigerator के बारे में. So read that. But that is a different kind of literature. That is not the literature which we are going to talk about and which we have been studying in the class and outside the class and research. Even to the extent that an FIR lodged in a police station is a piece of literature. So anything that you write, so where is the root? The root is the word. Word is the root. And the word also has a very interesting thing. If you go with the history of the word, you will find, and that is what you will understand while you study literature and what is literature basically. You speak a word, anything, mic, for example. This is a word. But if you write it on the blackboard or on the whiteboard, which is used these days with a black ink or a white chalk, then you will see that it has got a figure, WORD. It has got a figure, right? But when you look at this mic, the mic is also an image. So the word transforms from word to image. Now, in the hand of a writer, this image does not remain an image only. It becomes a simile also. This mic is better than this, right? This mic is better than this. This classroom is, this book better than that, etc. So you compare. Now, from one stage to another, you are going deeper and deeper and deeper into the layers of meaning. When you come to study literature, you explore this, that where is the depth? Depth of what? The depth of human emotions, what you learn from life, how you reflect upon life, how you get your instruction, how you get amused, or how you get your entertainment, or how you get enlightened. Up there, from word to image and from image to simile. What would be the next step? Can anyone tell me after simile? Metaphor. You come to metaphor. Now, all poets will not be able to create a metaphor. Some metaphors are very easy to create because they are traditional metaphors, right? They're very traditional metaphors. You can easily say that this means this. This metaphor stands for this. Metaphor, if you go to understand metaphor, go back to Coleridge's Biographia Literaria. And in chapter 13, he talks about imagination. And the sum and substance of it is that stronger the imagination of the poet, better the poem. And where lies the heart of the poem? In a metaphor, in a simile, in an image, or in the word that is so powerful. But the story does not stop there. If you are a student of literature, you go beyond metaphor, because metaphor is not the end of the whole story. After metaphor, what is the next step? Symbol. You create a symbol. Now, some symbol are one-to-one correspondence symbol. A rose standing for love. My love is like a red, red rose. Robert Burns, there it is being used as a simile, but it's also a symbol of love. Rose garden of heavens, which is in the Christian mythology also, and you have this also coming in most of the literary texts where heaven has been constructed as a rose garden. And everyone, in Rumi's poetry, heaven is rose garden. Rumi की शायरी में जो फारसी की शायरी है उसमें जो जन्नत का तस्वुर है, जो बहिश्त का तस्वुर, उसमें रोज गार्डन बहुत है. Fragrance is there. Images are there, images of blooming rose. So from there you go on to metaphor. From metaphor you go to the symbol. And finally there is one more stage where the writer comes and stops, because there is nothing beyond that. What he does, that he transforms his metaphor into symbol, and symbol finally into a myth. Myth is the end of the whole story. It's not easy to create myths. Very few have been able to create myths. As the students of literature, you will find that how many poets and how many fiction writers or non-fiction writers you remember out of the 700 years history of English literature, starting from Geoffrey Chaucer 1400, how many years? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21st. 700 years. This is its 21st year. So in 700 years, how many poets do you remember are really canonical poets and who have created myths? Chaucer, after that is Spenser, after that Milton, after that Pope, after that John Donne, after that Coleridge. I'm not counting all others. Coleridge, after that W.B. Yeats, T.S. Eliot, and I'm not going beyond T.S. Eliot. 12 names have come to my mind. Similarly, if you count fiction, you will also find in fiction you have about 10 names that come before you. So out of 700 years, how is it that you remember only 10, 12 names from each field of literature? This is because they have been able to create and pass on from one stage to another, and really created myths of being, myths of belonging, myths of your own lives, myths of your own surroundings. So society is transformed into some kind of a symbol, or is some kind of a myth. And then in the myth, you don't think that myth is only just constructed. Myth is something which is made out of surroundings that we are here. And we recognize, well, in this myth, I lie here. This is my position. This is my place. This is my society. This is what these myth makers are also known as those who create the signs of a particular civilization or a cultural heritage. Those myth makers. There has been longer talk about world literature. People have talked lots about world literature. In the beginning, I was not very sure what is meant by world literature. क्या कोई world citizen है हमारे दरमियान? Is there any world language? There is no world language. Is there any world culture? There is no world culture. So I often question myself 20 years ago, what is this world literature after all? Of which there is no citizen, of which there is no language, of which there is no particular culture. तो बाद में समझ में आया कि those who have the power to create the metaphor and the symbol and the myth are those people who have created a stock of literature, who have become the powerhouses of world literature. Like, for example, come to the Urdu poetry, you will feel Mir is a person who belongs to world literature. Ghalib is a person who belongs to world literature. Coleridge is one, if you go to English, who belongs to world literature, the heritage of the world literature. T.S. Eliot and W.B. Yeats qualified to be in the world. Gita is world literature. Ramayana and Mahabharata are world literature. And several such examples you will have. You will see that these are the examples of world literature. So why you study literature? There are many answers to this, and that is what I was saying, that what is the journey of this word and how you will start and how you move forward and how you gain momentum with this and how you acquire that. So we study literature simply because there are many answers. Each one of you will have an answer. You read it for your own instruction. You want to get some knowledge. You want to enlighten yourself. Some information, some entertainment, and barely as a matter of routine that you read it because you have no other work to do and you just read it and you find that it entertained you for a while. There are many ways of looking at it. So the text is made of the word. Word is the nucleus of all. And the text is made of the word, composed and constituted of the word. And words put in a certain order make all the difference. A very simple explanation of what is poetry and what is prose. Mallarmé, the French critic, says that words in best order is prose. Simple. Words in the best order, the best words in the best order, prose. The best words in the best, sorry, words in the best order, this is prose. But best words in the best order is poetry. Because in poetry you have precision. You don't have 5, 6, 7, 10, 12 pages. So words in best order. But in poetry, you don't have that much of a space. You have to be very precise. You have to be very, say, very laconic. So best words in best order. That is one definition. So what happened in the whole journey of why we study literature, these things have started mattering to us. And therefore, words developed into text. And what is a text? A text is a conglomeration, not only of the lexical patterns, but of experiential patterns, of history. So a text is in itself not only that is which is written in a page of 100 pages bound into a book. That is not all that you have. That is not all that you know as text from one end to another end. That is not text. Text is something which is a configuration or a conglomeration of words, words that transform themselves into a cultural material, words that become historical material as well. So those words spell us out. Those words spell our lives out, our cultures out, our anthropologies and our mysteries and our mythologies. And that is why we read literature, to understand who we are. To understand who we are, because literature tells me who am I. Why is it that a student of English goes to Urdu? I'll tell you that story later in the second part of my talk, which when I come to talk about comparative and why comparative literature. So this is how this travel is. So you go from reality to fantasy, from reality to fantasy. And fantasy is something which you might on the very first occasion say that this is something which you need not take into consideration, because why after all worry about fantasy which is not real? But fantasy is so deeply rooted into realities. Fantasy emerges out of reality. So if you have read some works of Salman Rushdie, you will see how fantasy works. Or the works of magic realism. If you read that, you will see how fantasy works there and how reality is transformed into some kind of a material that engages your imagination immediately. And you are drawn towards that, and you become so accustomed to that that you started reading myths, for example, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, 100 Years of Solitude, and things like that. So many others are right there. Losau passed away 2 days ago. So these masters you start reading, and then you start culling your sources from there, getting your sources and trying to understand. So this is about the study of human nature, a study about a civilizational pattern, a cultural pattern, through a linguistic background that we have developed into, and how we mature with our literatures and how we study literature. And that is why we study literature, because these are the simple answers in so many ways you can give it. Now, there is one thing which we also need to understand: why we study literature and why we write literature also, and what is literature. For example, there are one word which has been used very frequently in modern criticism, especially during the last 20, 30 years, 25, 30 years. And the word is representation. आपने बहुत बार पढ़ा होगा ये लफ्ज. Representation, representation. What do we mean by representation? Is presentation also representation? कोई बताए? Is presentation also a representation? Anyone? No. Presentation is not representation. That is why I raise this question. For example, if I asked you to write an essay on this hall, so you will write that there are 10 rows. In each row, these many students are sitting. This is the size of the room. And this is the time when someone is speaking and addressing a student. This is an essay on a room. This is an essay on a room, which is a presentation of this room. You present this room in your words. You create a picture of this room, of this hall in words. Anyone who will read will understand, well, this is the hall in which something was happening at this point of time. And you see, this is the size, and these many people are sitting there, and there was a mic, and there was a voice, etc., etc. So the real picturization is presentation, something which is real, something which you can touch, taste, feel that this is real. This cannot be anything else but real. But if you write a story about this room, about this hall, about the people who are sitting here, me and you, it will not be a story of the exact presentation of this room. It will change. In that story, there will be a character. The same situation will be there, but there will be characters. There will be a plot. There will be a conversation. Something will be happening. So this hall will transform itself into a stage of life where some drama is being played. So this room does not remain a room. This is not a presentation now. When a writer writes about this hall, it becomes a representation. Representation is a story. Representation is a poem in which your imagination works. So with the imagination, with the handiwork of imagination, you turn the real into representational. You turn the real into fantasy. You turn the real into something about which you have to think and then you have to identify. Well, this was the place where I was. What literature helps you do is that it helps you put your fingers on the spot where he was trying you to put your finger. Now, this is also a very difficult question to answer because you never know the meaning of the text. The meaning of the text is always very, very evasive. Modern theory tells us that there's no meaning. Language is also very changing a state, is mutational. It keeps on changing day in, day out, moment after moment. So these are very important stages to think of, to ponder over, and to understand what literature basically is and why we study. We study literature because we want to see the representation. How is this life being represented? How am I being transformed? How the same person that you meet day in, day out in the life, that same person in a story will appear as a different kind of a person to you, but the real merit of that person will come before you when you read that person in the story. So in the story or in the poem that you read, you have the same persons coming forth before you and coming before you, and then you realize them, you recognize them, and you find them, well, there they are. So that is how it works, and that is how it makes us gets us interested into that text, and we start reading that text. We find our. Now, I was talking about this imagination. Through the handiwork of imagination, this room has transformed into something which you recognize later in a story, and now it makes great sense to you. But you will also have a thing which is known as fancy. आपने सबने सुना होगा imagination के साथ. It doesn't take your imagination to any kind of a flight. It doesn't help you take your wings and spurs and then materialize that. Fancy doesn't help you there. It is imagination that helps you there, in which the secondary imagination, the primary, and the primary imagination, I was just talking, there is a microphone, there's a microphone, nothing beyond this. But in secondary imagination, there's not a microphone. It helps me reach out to you, and it has a different kind of mythological meaning with it has been. So I was just talking about that earlier. So imagination is the final work which we have to take into account. When you create a literature, it is the imaginative faculty of the writer. And as I said, greater the imagination of the poet, the stronger the chances of getting the text a longer life. And that is how we study the great pieces of literature and literary texts are left behind, which have not stood the test of time. As I said, in 700 years of English literary history, how many poets have really come to you that you will remember as the classics, or as those who have hold the canon and who are the canon makers and who stay with that canon? That was what I thought about. So it is about the creativity that is inflamed when you study a piece of literature. It is the development of your own faculty. That is why you want to study literature, not only for instruction. You study literature for the development of your own imaginative faculty, your own prowess and your own power to think further and to identify with a particular. Why is it, after all, that you write like a particular author, you don't like another? There must be some reason behind that. You identify with some authors, but you don't identify with others. You like a particular linguistic construction, you don't like another linguistic construction. It's a matter of your own taste, your own way of looking at a text or the material that is being handled by the text or by the author. So this will result into the response, which is known as the reader response. You respond to a text in your own particular manner. So every reader has a way of responding to it. That is why we study literature. because each of us will read a text in a different manner, and there lies the beauty of the text. There lies the beauty of that text, which brings in so many ways of interpretation. Now, interpretation itself is a very, very difficult word these days. These days are these words of meaning, interpretation are challenged because modern theory tells us that meaning is something which you cannot determine. Language is something which you can determine for sure. We don't know what language is basically. But given the facts that we are engaging with every day in, day out in the text, we recognize something. That is why Salim Sinai of Midnight Children becomes such an important figure to you. That is why some of the characters, like, for example, you must have read Wuthering Heights. You must have come across Heathcliff, the story of Heathcliff. So meet Major Iago, for example, in Shakespeare. Lady Macbeth, for example, and these are those canonical characters who stay with you. How they have been created, Shakespeare or Donne or Hemingway, the old man. And several dozens and dozens of characters like that who come across. Or a person who is walking in that wonderful, say, place, Robert Frost, I'm talking of, is stopping by woods on a snowy evening. Now, you can imagine that person, how he was stopping. I saw that place where he was and where the particular place which he walked and and it was just before that was spread. It is Frost Estate. It's a huge estate. Robert Frost used to live there. And it's a whole area in Bloomington, close to Bloomington. And it's very big, huge area. No, not in Bloomington, southern Hampshire. So it's a huge area and trees are there. And I can imagine how the snow must be falling there and how a particular person is walking there and then he sees a horse and then now he's become an iconic character. The person who was walking, the horse stops, the horse wonders why this man is stopped here. He has to go to the town. And then finally, whose woods are deep, whose woods are these? I think I know. ये जंगल किसका जंगल है मैं शायद जानता हूँ. I did translate this poem earlier, long time back. And then at the end, the story comes to an end when he says, promises to leave. And mine's to go before I sleep. Now, sleep, that is why some people say it is a death poem. It is a death wish. Maybe, may not be, because there are many ways of looking at a text. Reader response varies from reader to reader. So that is why we study literature. We study literature because there are many ways of looking at a text. Because each word carries a different meaning. For one writer, for the writer, one meaning, but maybe for the reader, another and yet another and yet another meaning. So that is why at one point of time in the 60s, someone was enthused to write a book, 7 Types of Ambiguity. William Emerson wrote a book called 7 Types of Ambiguity. One was flabbergasted when we came to know that we thought that ambiguity is of just one type. You mean this, but you don't mean this. It's very ambiguous a statement. But Emerson told us that no, gentlemen, there are 7 types of ambiguity. Then comes Richards, close to him, I.A. Richards. And he says that Principles of Literary Criticism, you read that, or Practical Criticism, both of his books were very popular when we were students. So he tells us how words really function. And I.A. Richards was such a simple man. He used to work, and I saw the place where he used to teach, that is in Oxford. And these are the people who really made us understand the literary text and the word. Then comes T.S. Eliot before us, but before that, there is another very important figure who is there and who is a very canonical, and that is W.B. Yeats. And then in W.B. Yeats also, there are many, many poems. For example, Second Coming. Why do you study Second Coming again and again? Why do you study any poem that you can name by W.B. Yeats? Come on. You must have read it. What? Sailing to Byzantium. There are 2 poems. One is Byzantium and the other is Sailing to Byzantium. He wants to go back to Byzantium and say, this is not the country for me, young man. I have to go back to Byzantium. But a much more complex poem is Byzantium. Sailing to Byzantium is rather simpler, but a very complex poem is Byzantium, and where he makes a myth. I was talking about a myth. So he makes Byzantium, turns and transforms Byzantium into a myth. Very good that you remembered Sailing to Byzantium. Among the school children is another great poem that he has left us with. Lake Isle of Innisfree, earlier stage of W.B. Yeats. But these are very powerful poems. Among the school children is one such poem which will stay with you if you read that poem all your life. Byzantium will stay with you, Sailing will stay with you, and several other poems, Leda and so on will stay with you. So these are the texts which really stay with us because Byzantium has been turned into a myth. It is no longer a symbol. It transforms the stage of symbol and becomes a myth. That is why we study literature. We study literature, we recognize how and where those seminal moments of our lives are lying, and we have to explore that. So we keep on reading and reading, and maybe at one point of time, you come across a text which holds your imagination. And after that, even a writer who has been writing very well starts slipping later. A very good example is of Vikram Seth. He came with a big thump with his first novel, Suitable Boy. No, before that, which is in verse, क्या नाम है उसका, which is in Golden Gate. Now, after that, this book came, The Suitable Boy, but he doesn't write any longer. Because sometimes it becomes very difficult for a writer to excel himself. He says he's very conscious after that. Every writer who has succeeded becomes very conscious because he doesn't want to slip on the next book. He doesn't want to lose his. One of our colleagues, Mukul Kesavan, wrote a very famous novel, Looking Through the Glass. Now that novel made him very famous. But I often ask Mukul ke ab dusra kyun nahi likhte ho? So he writes book about cricket and other things, essays, books on it. Because he's very, not only he, but every writer who gains some name, who becomes important, who is read everywhere, is very, very shaky about writing the second novel. Because the second novel must also retain his position that he has already created. And he is very scared if his readers will reject him later. That is why, after the very important work that one has produced, exploring for the ground for the next work for every writer is very difficult because the reader is a big judge sitting at the other end. And therefore, the time of canonicity of a writer that he's bothered about. He's bothered about how canonical I am today and whether I'll be able to stay that canonical in the years to come. So these are some of the interesting images that you have in mind, which you think of, and that is how. These are some of the ways of looking. For example, as a teacher, when I teach a particular text, I found my interest in that particular text. In Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, I found myself. This is where one has to read and one has to go deeper. In John Donne, I found my interest. Any poem of John Donne you can take, and even his religious poems, the sonnets that he wrote. But fiction was not my area, so I can't speak about fiction with any kind of a specialization. Not criticism is my area, but poetry was my area right from my childhood, and all through my career I taught poetry, so one can talk about poetry. So starting from those 7, 8 names that I have given, these are the poets that held my imagination, the poets that I mentioned in the beginning. So that is how one went forward, and that is how I found myself, my literature. That is why I found that this is why I should study literature, and why I should not study something which my father wanted maybe. My father was a doctor. He must have thought, and he did think, that I should become a doctor because then I'll take his seat and be comfortable in life. That was not my area because I was very weak in sciences. So I said, no, it can't do. He was very liberal. He was very modern mind thinking man. He said, no, go ahead. Then he wanted me to become a civil servant. So I said, okay, I qualified, but later on I was not taken in the final stage. Then he asked me, what do you want to do? I said, I want to study literature because I like literature. That is why I study literature. So this is where I lie, and this is where I lay. And that is why each one of you, as I said in the beginning, each one of you has a way of looking at it. Why I like literature, you have your answer. Now, to sum it up, I will just bring before you, and I want you to react to this. The question of reading literature in the post-colonial context is also a very difficult question. We study literature today for various political reasons. So in the context of the modern times, the literature that we are studying today has a very political decision that we study particular author. There is a political, the writing is political, the act of reading is very political. So everything is very political after the arrival of the post-colonial times. So we as citizens of the post-colonial world, our decisions are very political. So our choices of the text are political, our writings are political. So we study literature because there is a political reason. Once we study literature because there was a social or a cultural reason or a linguistic reason for that. To know language, to know culture, to know history, to know all kinds of interactions that people indulge into. But today you read literature into a different. So I started by saying that an FIR registered in a police station is a piece of literature, or a leaflet or a booklet that you get from for anything that you buy from the market is a piece of it. We have come round the circle. We have completed that circle. Today, again, we are back at the pavilion from where we started. Everything is literature. Now you look at what is being produced today. Huge amount of literature of various kinds, of various styles, of various linguistic configurations, some of which you might reject. For example, about 10 years ago, there was something called chick lit. Chick lit. So one of the students in the department was working on that. I said, "Okay, it's very fine, you know about it, but better write something on something which will stay for a while. In 2 years' time, chick lit will not be known. No one has been surprised here about chick lit." So she didn't understand, but later she repented that she should. So when you work, do something more substantial, because these are the things which you will know by yourself. If your eyes are open, if your ears are open, then you can see what is happening. So when you work as a students, as a PhD scholars or as teachers, work on something which is more substantial, which you can learn through. So the whole definition with which we have started that everything is literature today, also we say everything is literature. But you have to understand where you lie, where your dreams and fantasies lie, where your mythical authors lie, etc. Now I bring to you two things from our own literary culture, and I would like you to respond to this and see what kind of literary text is this. My examples are from Ghalib. You respond to this, you must have learned, you must have listened, you must have read it. Naqshfari, this is the first शेर ऑफ दीवान गालिब, पहला शेर है। और पहले ही शेर में दीवान गालिब के पहले ही शेर में गालिब ने बहुत बड़ा एक हमारे ऊपर टास्क रख दिया। नक्श फरियादी है, किसकी शौकी है तहरीर का, कागजी है पैरा हर पे करे तस्वीर का। कैसा रिस्पॉन्स है आपका? How do you respond to this? What is this poem? Because Ghalib said, or others also said, कि ये मैंने एक बेईमानी शेर कहा है. But later he was told that no, it is not बेईमानी, ये मुहम्मल नहीं है, बहुत मीनिंगफुल शेर है. So what is your response? I read it again. नक्श फरियादी है, किसकी शौकी है तहरीर का, कागजी है पैरा हर पे करे तस्वीर का. समझ में आते हैं? क्या मानी समझ में आते हैं? Just come on, converse. It is a
trying to express himself on the words, in the page, poetry, someone's imagination is there on his Kazi appearance, that his clothes are everything is Kazi.
ephemeral.
Yes, sir. There is this Marx critique when Walter Benjamin, he says that every piece of this literature or something, he said that it talks about the barbarism or it talks about the life outside. Sir, that's I think this is how God tries to represent life, and it talks of he wants to talk about the journey as a poet through.
Okay, this is one way of looking at it. Anyone else who can say something? And if I put a pointed question, what is this naksh? Naksh का मतलब क्या हो? Image? This image can be of a man. फरियादी, फरियाद करने वाला. तो फरियाद करने वाला एक आदमी है. आगे बढ़े? Anyone? Take this further. नक्श फरियादी है, किसकी शौक ये तहरीर का?
Get the other poems of Ghalib to find that he wrote some simple poems as well. For example,
नहीं, not that. I'm talking of this. Just concentrate on this. Simple तो बहुत है. दिल नादा तो ये हुआ क्या है? Come to this only. This is a very difficult one.
he says that everything in this universe actually make a question to his creator that if you are a perfect creator, you would have created such perfection in us, but we are left with such imperfection that
Right. You have come a little closer to the meaning.
Assistance of mankind,
Assistance of
mankind,
किस तरह से?
like I'm talking about the basic content that how everything has been created.
आप कुछ करीब आए हैं. अच्छा, anyone else? कागजी है, नेक्स्ट लाइन है, कागजी है पैरहन, हर पे करे तस्वीर का. देखिए, there is a what he does. It's a very powerful शेर. कपलेट नहीं कहूंगा, कपलेट और शेर में फर्क होता है. So this is a very powerful शेर, verse, and there is a myth behind it. And the myth is that in the ancient Persia, when a person who was oppressed used to go to the emperor asking for justice, मुझे इंसाफ चाहिए. कैसे जाता था वो? He used to wear a paper तुमने बनाया है. ये आदमी जो खून के छींटों के कपड़े पहन के आया है, वो तुमने बनाया है. कागजी है पैरहन. अब यह कहता है हमारे बारे में, हाउ ट्रांजिटरी वी आर. Our dress is of paper, and we also behind that are as soluble as the paper. हम भी उसी तरह मिट्टी में खत्म हो जाएंगे जिस तरह पेपर खत्म हो जाएगा बहुजन. किसकी शो की? It's a challenge to the emperor. It's a question to the king. In this manner, this is a verse about power and powerlessness. Isn't it that you are talking today in theory about power and powerlessness? The modern theory that talks about, especially the post-colonial theory that talks about how the power and the powerless, the have and the have-nots, the category 1 and the category 2, the possessed and the possessor, the colonized and the colonizer. This is a poem about that. It's about power, it's about colonizer, it's about colonized, about its God, it's about man. It's huge. In 2 lines, Ghalib has brought together entire discourse of power and powerlessness, which power mission every theorist is. Ghalib has taken only 2 lines to write about the entire contemporary history in his times. He saw the decline and fall of the Mughal Empire and beyond. That is, the whole world was getting decolonized. 2 मिसरे में गालिब ने समेट दिया सारा कुछ. I bring a very clear example to you, another example which is from W.B. Yeats. Things fall apart and the center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is close to body. Things fall apart and the center cannot hold are so seminal that T.S. Eliot wrote an entire poem on that, The Wasteland. 2 लाइन W.B. Yeats की और 5 poems T.S. Eliot की. 5 sections, 5 ही है ना? 5 sections. So starting from Burial of the Dead to the end, Shanti Shanti, you see that Eliot is only writing about the barrenness of the time in which he lived. And W.B. Yeats in 2 lines. These are the myth makers. That is why we study literature. That is why we study literature, because we try to identify those people and those turns of phrases, and then we come to it. So this was one example. एक और example, उसके बाद we will take a break for another talk. ये बहुत अजीब सा शेर है. ये है मीर का. और आप देखिए क्या कहना चाहते हैं मीर. मीर अगर आप लोगों ने नहीं पढ़ा है तो जरूर पढ़िएगा. गालिब तो सब एवरीवन रीड्स गालिब है ना. गालिब तो सभी पढ़ते हैं. मीर नहीं पढ़ा तो मीर जरूर पढ़िएगा. बहुत बड़ा शायर था, बहुत बड़ा, और मेरी नजर में बहुत बड़ा शायर है. गालिब को भी पीछे छूटता है बहुत सारी जगहों पे. शेख जो था मस्जिद में नंगा, रात को था मैं खाने में. सुनिए what he says and try to give me the meaning. शेख जो था मस्जिद में नंगा, रात को था मैं खाने में, जुब्बा खरका कुर्ता टोपी मस्ती में इनाम किया. इनाम में दे दिया सब कुछ. आई रीड इट अगेन. शेख जो था मस्जिद में नंगा, रात को था मैं खाने में, जुब्बा खरका कुर्ता टोपी मस्ती में इनाम किया. व्हाट इज इट राइट टू से? मस्जिद जैसी पाक जगह, शेख जी नंगे, मैं खाने में था. What is he trying to say? He is bringing in a huge discourse here. Huge philosophical discourse is coming into this verse. Sheikh, is a very archetypal character for the poetry, है ना? Not only Sheikh, और कौन-कौन से archetypal characters हैं? Saki, yes, very good. Mahbacha, Saki, Nasikh, Naseh, Naseh, बहुत से हैं. So, हाँ. तो शेख जो था मस्जिद में नंगा, रात को था मैं खाने में. What does he? Anyone just come on? Any hint towards the meaning? The meaning lies in the second line. खरका जुब्बा कुर्ता टोपी मस्ती में नाम किया. ये जो लिबास है ना, ये सब धोखा है. मीर कहते हैं कि लिबास कुछ नहीं है. ये जो जिस्म है ये असल, और जिस्म के अंदर जो जान है वो असल. तो शेख ने पहचान लिया कि असल हकीकत क्या है. मैं कदे में थे और इतने पी ली थी कि उनको कुछ और नजर आने लगता उसके बाद. He saw something else. In Urdu poetry, there is a huge understanding. You have to develop that understanding of what is the meaning of Saki. Saki is not only that person who gives you a cup of wine. Saki कोई और भी है. हौज़े कौसर का साकी कोई और होगा. रसूलुल्लाह होंगे. So he takes that meaning कि हौज़े कौसर का साकी भी एक है. Why not remember that Saki? So here the Shaykh is one who has achieved that point of enlightenment. अब उसके लिए कपड़े की कोई वक़्त नहीं है. खरका टोपा कुछ बहुत से मौलवी मौलाना जो भी कुर्ता टोपी पहनते हैं just to create their kind of ambience about their personality. The Sheikh has now known the reality, has come to understand that reality. For him, it doesn't matter. उसने सब दे दिया. Therefore, you have this whole idea of the dress and the dresslessness, of the nakedness. And then you read that line from W.B. Yeats. There is a poem called A Coat. There is a great enterprise in walking naked. ये W.B. Yeats कहता है. W.B. Yeats आज कह रहा है, मीर कब कह चुका है इस चीज को. मीर और W.B. Yeats में कोई मुलाकात नहीं. But what I'm trying to say, this is why we study literature. Because we try to find the points, which are the points of recognition, points of affinity, how we can develop points of affinity and move forward. So I have just given you some points to ponder, to think about. You can develop your own, because as I said in the beginning, everyone has his own way of understanding literature and trying to understand why I literature, why I study literature. So this is how. So we will you like to ask questions right now or at the end? Let us have it at the end. Because I'll deliver another lecture. Right?
I asked them to ask questions. They said we have questions, but he has asked us to raise the question.
Let's be back now. The second part of my talk would be reading literature comparatively. And I'm told that you have lots of questions. And as always, time is short, but life is long, don't worry. So we'll come back to your questions. I'll take your questions. I'll be very happy. In fact, the whole magic lies and the whole beauty lies in conversation rather than one-way traffic. Reading literature comparatively, this is the title of the talk, and this begins with a story. And this begins with a story which is my story, and that is why I'm going to address you this afternoon. In the 70s, late 60s actually, English literary studies in India started changing its face. British literature was taught in all the Indian universities, canonical British literature, all the Indian universities, irrespective of state, language, culture, anything. But in 60s, the change started coming in. I'm telling you this very interesting story for you. That is why I brought this story to you. And this is via me, who is standing between two generations. In the late 60s, a very interesting institution was established in Hyderabad known as American Studies Research Center, which is no longer there. Because that was the time of PL 480 and America used to push lots of money in India for its own propagation, and literature and teaching and literature was one of its focus. So they started American Literature Studies Center in America. That was the time in the late 60s and early 70s that everyone started thinking of American literature. And they pushed so much of money that whole volumes of American literature, the books that were made available to Indian students, published by number of press, were available for 5 rupees and 10 rupees, which was nothing. The idea was to propagate American literature. So in the 70s, American literature got very popular. So the shift was in the late 60s from British literature to American literature. By the end of the 70s, the situation changed drastically. And then comes Indian writing in English. And with the Indian writing in English, a few years later, a literature known as Commonwealth literature, which is now known as post-colonial literature, because it passed through several names. Third world literature, post-colonial was the last, new literatures in English, and finally, post-colonial literature. So this is a time of great change, starting from British to American to post-colonial, later part, and so many things were happening. It was a time of great transformation in English literary studies. Towards the 90s, a huge change came in, and that was regional literatures making their way into English departments. Literatures of regions, literatures of small or little lesser known languages or lesser known literary traditions. Like, for example, we started thinking of Northeast literature. No one thought about Northeast literature earlier. So much literature was being produced from Shillong and from Assam and from various other places. Then came in the departments of English researches, which were not purely English research, but English and Urdu, English and Hindi, English and Gujarati, and so on and so forth. So you are at a particular point where English literary studies is no longer English literary studies. It is English plus many things else, many things, which is regional studies, which is linguistic studies, which is cultural studies, and so on and so forth. Lots of things are happening. After I started teaching in the year 1979 in GIAN, before that I had taught a year earlier in a temporary position at the place from where I come. And after that after I joined, I found that this change had already made its mark. The change was very visible. So I kept on teaching British literature and American literature in the classroom for a long time. But after 15 years or so, I started feeling that my growth was very limited. That my English literary studies was बहुत महदूद कर दिया था उसने मुझको. It had not given me any feeling to look beyond. So it all happened by chance, you can say, that while teaching John Donne, I quoted Ghalib once, because Ghalib and John Donne come very close to each other in terms of imagination, imaginative vitality, and in terms of conceits that Donne creates and Ghalib creates. So when I quoted Ghalib while teaching John Donne, मैंने देखा कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स की आंखें खुल गई. Then I realized that there is something in my own language which I can bring to this with great profit. Then I started searching where are my points of my own belonging. I found my point of belonging in the literary texts which were in my language. And luckily, I had some training in Persian. That was very fortunate for me because I had to learn Persian in the school. And after passing my MA examination, I also learned again Persian with Maulana at my place. And that helped me 20 years later. So my Persian, my Urdu came to my rescue. And then I started thinking of South Asian literatures. India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. I started writing essays on that. And that is how this book came, Socio-Literary Cultures in South Asia. I started thinking of translation because with translation only I can think about comparative. Because translation is a part and parcel of comparative. And that is how my another book came in translation, published by Martin Black Swan, in translation positions and paradigms. Those were the days when I had already started translating Ghalib and writing on Ghalib. And that is after many, many years that this book has come, which you were referring to, Maria was referring to, The Essential Ghalib. So this is the story of my own growth. And I wanted to tell this personal story because there lies my excuse for being a comparatist. When you compare one literary text with another, you come to identify yourself as a teacher, as an academic, as a student, and as one who is a citizen of a particular place, but has eyes and ears are open to others, to patients also. So comparative studies is nothing new. It has been there for ages. But people generally thought of comparative studies in terms of two linguistic or two cultural or two anthropological situations in which they were working. So in Europe, there was a different kind of a concept of comparative literature. But in India, there was a still different kind of things that we were thinking about. So between two languages, but my area of interest was not between two languages, but within the same language. Like, for example, within Urdu itself, or Persian itself, or English itself, there are many ways of comparing and contrasting. What do we compare and contrast? That is another story. Whole lecture would be required for that. But comparing broadly speaking, the linguistic patterns, the way of recognition, how do we recognize a particular experience? What is history? What is this particular myth that I'm trying to create in my literary text? There are so many ways, and how one thing corresponds to another, and how ultimately human material, human experience, human culture, this tradition, this whole cultural patterns and how they are, say, explored. So that is how I came to comparative literature. So there are many ways of comparing and contrasting. And that is how comparative literature has made its way very importantly in our cinema today. It's a different pattern though. Gayatri Spivak about 7, 8 years ago said that comparative literature is dead. She sees no future for comparative literature. Because the irony is this, that in many of the Indian universities, and despite of what we are talking about comparative literature, there are not many departments of comparative literature. But there is a huge demand and there is a huge, say, uh, need to study comparative literature. Huge need for. So you have Jadavpur University, a full-fledged department. There are a couple of departments in Gujarat and here and there, and one in South in Kerala. So a couple of universities are working in comparative, but my contention is that comparative literature, translation studies, because they go together hand in hand. These are two disciplines in which the future lies for Indian academia, for Indian students. There is huge demand and there is a huge need for comparative literature. And therefore, you can enter into it because this is something which has a future. Even though the ground is not very well prepared, but it's you who are going to prepare that ground if you wish. आपको एक छोटी सी मिसाल देके बस खत्म कर दूंगा उसी पे. I come back again to my own root, that is मीर का मीर, whom I love and all. मीर के 6 शेर है हमारे पास, 5 या 6 शेर होंगे, और उसमें सब में एक ही इमेज है या वर्ड है या मेटाफर है या सिंबल है या मिथ है, वो है दीवार. आपको सिर्फ सुना देता हूँ बिकॉज उतना टाइम नहीं. आप देखिएगा कैसे ये हाउ दिस वॉल, दिस दीवार कीप्स ऑन चेंजिंग. बैठा किसी दीवार के, याद है, साए के तले मीर, नक्शे कदम मेरा रवा गिन रहा होगा. बैठा किसी दीवार के साए के तले मीर, नक्शे कदम मेरा रवा गिन रहा होगा. This is one share in which he is thinking of दीवार. Now दीवार here is a simple image, but it could be many more. It could have many more meanings. रात मजलिस में तेरी हम भी खड़े थे चुपके. दिस इज अनदर शेर. जैसे तस्वीर लगाते कोई दीवार के साथ. दीवार हैज अ डिफरेंट मीनिंग हियर. देन यू हैव दरवाजे पे खड़ा हूं कई दिन से यार के, हैरत ने इश्क ने मुझे दीवाना कर दिया. फोर्थ शेर इज तस्वीर से दरवाजे पे हम उसके खड़े हैं, इंसान को हैरान भी दीवार करे. नादर दीवार. मजलिस में तेरी मुझको, मजलिस में तेरी हमको कब गैर खुश लगे हैं, हम उसके अपने, हम बीच उसके अपने दीवार खींचते हैं. मजलिस में गैर के कब उसको भला लगे है, हम बीच उसके अपनी दीवार खींचते हैं. जमी गिर हो, ये बहुत सीरियस शेर है. जमी गिर हो इससे तू एक दिन, कब्र में जाना है. जमी गिर हो इससे तू एक दिन, ये दीवार का साया दीवार होगा. And the sixth, this is the sixth year. Now, no time to enter into the comparative praxis of all these 6 verses, but you will find hundreds and thousands of such examples which you can explore, where it works as a word, where it works as a simile, where it works as a metaphor, where it works as a symbol, where it works as a myth, and how the poet takes a long breath, and how it also impels you, disturbs you, agitates you, and finally wants to understand him and the world through him. So this is a very interesting area that you are. Many people say कि इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ते तो बहुत अच्छा होता. लिटरेचर पढ़ के आपने कोई गलत काम नहीं किया, आपने बहुत अच्छा काम, आप इंसान बन रहे हैं. सो मुबारक हो आपको. लेट्स चलिए, जो सवाल जवाब है करते हैं.
आप यहाँ बैठे थे सर?
हाँ ठीक है.
और माइक है, मेरा को माइक.
हाँ ठीक है.
यहाँ पर
यलगार हो बोले आजम में अकबर कहते हैं यलगार हो अगेंस्ट दिस साइन से यलगार देखा बोले आजम नहीं देखा है तो कुछ भी नहीं देखा बिल्कुल लेकिन दो ही फिल्में बनी है बोले आजम और दूसरा इसमें तो बस क्या नाम था only two things yeah yes please come on
Yes, please start.
we are in a very close hall we are all friends together हमारी एक दोस्त जो पढ़ाती है अमेरिकन को बड़ी दोस्ती की बहुत बड़ी प्रोफेसर है जो कहते हैं कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स ये कहते हैं कि ask any silly question because your silly question is very important for me because silly questions open ways for bigger questions so come on you're welcome
how we are living in a post-colonial world and every literature that we are reading becomes post-colonial, becomes somehow political. And my question is that was literature ever truly devoid of a sense of resistance? Because whenever we read literature, it does have beauty, it does have a lot of other things, but we find that resistance is always a theme, not a theme exactly, but resistance is always somewhere there, maybe in a novel or in a very explicit manner. So
I greatly appreciate your question it's a very sensitive question and very well taken you have a very sharp mind I must tell you there is no literature if there is no resistance it's resistance that makes you right when you hold a pen it's you are answering your own ego with some amount of resistance with it. The writer resists, that is why he's a writer. Go to the first earliest text of, say, Chaucer. Look at the stories that you must have read from Chaucer, the Canterbury Tales. Look at the life of Bath, right? You must have read that. क्या आपको perspective है?
Canterbury.
Canterbury Tales you will see the resistance is there in the life of Bath. Any text that you take up. What I said, you are very right. The post-colonial world is became the signature. Resistance became the signature. Because the post-colonial world is a product of the colonization of thousands of years. And not less than 100 years of each civilization. So that voice of resistance was much more profound, much more powerful, much more clearly heard in our times. After 1947, here you can say, or anywhere else. So starting in the 20th century itself, this world literature, wherever you went, wherever these colonized countries were, this power of resistance became very important. But resistance has been at the root of all writing. Actually, writing in itself is protest. Writing itself is a protest. It's not all the time affirmation. Because affirmation has no material, no flame in it. Saying yes is no flame, it doesn't have any flame. Saying no has flame into it, it has power into it. Even in loved ones, there is a resistance. Go to the extreme. There is a resistance of the lover against the beloved or the beloved. So the whole poetry is full of resistance in love. John Donne's beloved resists. Resistance is a hallmark of literature. Yes, please.
I think there are various shades of meaning in any literary text. Certainly, resistance is something that disturbs the mind. But at the same time, there are some poems which are for submission. Like बहुत सारे उर्दू में हैं जैसे religious poems. Okay, that is for submission, complete submission. Qasida और बहुत सारे नाथ है नाथ हिंदी में क्या होता है So that is also something, but that's not, yeah. So that is also a part of the
Interestingly, this reminds me that even in religious process, for instance, the person who has suffered, जो गुनहगार है, शिकायत कर रहा है अल्लाह से और कहता है कि आप मुझे ये क्यों नहीं दिया? So that is also a resistance और बंदे का रोशना तो हक है उसका। मैं तो बोला पसंद है इसको हटा देते हैं उसको अच्छी लगा तो रेजिस्टेंस है रेजिस्टेंस बहुत है
Javed Akhtar says that Urdu poetry started with resistance. Urdu poetry, especially. That was not religious in the beginning. It started with resistance.
The first Urdu poet Kuli Qutub Shah जैसे पूरी दीवान that is why he's called the first Urdu poet. और रेजिस्टेंस से पहली गजल उसकी प्रियावाज प्यारा पिया जाएगा प्रियावाज जब तेरी जिया जाएगा रेजिस्टेंस है कहीं थे प्यार बिन सुबूरी करूं कहे जाया किया जाएगा नहीं कर सकते सबर करिएगा नहीं इश्क जिसको बड़ा पूर्ण है कभी उससे भी पेश किया जाए इश्क नहीं करता उसके साथ नहीं रेजिस्टेंस है और आखिरी शेर है बदल कर क्या हुआ कुतुब शाह न दे मुझ दीवाने को मुझको मत समझाइए पंद दीजिए कुतुब शाह न दे मुझ दीवाने को पंद एडवाइस दीवाने को कुछ पंद दिया जाए दीवाना है कहेंगे आप बोलिए हमको कुछ प्योर रेजिस्टेंस दिस इज द फर्स्ट ऑफ द बुक क्या रेजिस्टेंस है पूरी कुतुब शाह के हैदराबाद तो उसके मिलेवेट के नाम पे है भागवती was the lady who later became उसका खुद मुश्किल बात है 12 नाम था he had 12 pillars only so one after another सबके उसने एक नाम इसके then उसने वो बनाया चार मीनार was after उसका पूरे शहर का एक का से उसने देवी का नाम दिया था so this lady called Bhagwati became Hyderabad and Hyderabad के नाम पे जो शहर का उसका नाम दिया
It's not a question, but a dilemma. While we are talking about resistance, and we are in a world where we know that the narrative is held by a certain power. Um, it can be a male perspective or a political way in which narrative is governed or rather created. So, is it that the resistance which we are talking about, which is a kind of which gives us a solace or a kind of affection or affirmation that there is something which we are penning down or documenting. But is it that in the world where narratives are created, will this resistance be recorded and will it be taken in consideration and given the due time and energy which it requires to carry forward so that there comes a change which the resistance originally is talking about? In a world precisely in the 21st century where narratives are created every day and every individual is led into or influenced into believing in one sort of narrative. So it's not a question but a dilemma which I go through every single day when I read literature as an individual and when I engage my students with literature. Because the number of times they do come up with certain ideas for which I am clueless and without any answer.
You teach here?
Yes, sir, at Women's College.
What's your name?
Fazia Fari.
Fazia. Just simply sit down. When we think of literature, we should think of solutions. Solutions are nowhere. Literature in resistance is lies the answer. The very idea of resisting itself is an answer. Because if solutions are provided, then the whole tug of history comes from it. They exist because there is something which doesn't suit us. We speak because we need to speak up. So thinking of a solution will bring the civilization to an end. Solutions will be customer. And they created this world as it has been created by God has created this very mysterious material. The terrestrial power and the earthly power. And they talk between two. I would advise you not to study the literature is important here. He has access to these things. My next book is on sexual wisdom. ये सब उसके बारे में बताते तो जरूर पढ़िए लेकिन आप ये पढ़िए ये will give you this answer by existence. What a tragedy that we lived for 80 years. He was buried in Lucknow. And the place where he was buried, railway lines were later. और उनके सीने पे रोजाना सैकड़ों पेड़ की पटरियों के साथ सीना लगता है और इमेजिन करिए मीर ने पहले कहा था मत तुरंत मीर को हटाओ मैंने तो गरीब का मिशन मत तुरंत मीर को हटाओ रहने दो गरीब का मिशन सुन प्रोफेटिक सभी को कैसे पता है कि हमारे सीने पेड़ की पटरियां बिछ रही है तो solution है नहीं because solution is the end. World is philosophy. Writing is philosophy. We are all curious humans. I don't really have
Yes, the dilemma has to continue.
the aspect. The magic has
Thank you. Very, very fascinating.
yes, I mean.
But I think our life and that number of money. So this Rhoda will continue and then there will be that same and someone else will carry forward the
क्या शेर पढ़ा आपने?
Sarhane भी क्या आहिस्ता बोलो अभी
ये फर्स्ट है सब लोग कहते हैं ऐसे पढ़ते हैं सिराने भी के कोई ये सही है सिराने भी के कोई कब
sir.
So just as we discussed, how you said that over a span of 700 years, there are certain names that we remember, like Iliad or Goliath or Yeats, or if बाल के बारे में तो we've heard कि शेर खुद बोल उठता है कि मैं बाल के अलावा किसी और की मिलकियत हो नहीं सकता. How is it possible that over a span of such a huge time, we just have these certain names when it comes to poetry or literature for that matter? So are poets born or are they made? Similarly, we still have contemporary Urdu poetry or English poetry, but we are still sort of hung up on Ghalib Iqbal. I'm not trying to demean or undermine their respect, but or is it the fact that when the poet dies, it's then we realize कि भाई हाँ वो क्या शेर कहते थे या क्या बात कह गए.
There are many things that you said. Canonical it is only canon. So the canon doesn't have many names. Canon is very short. Literally. When I was thinking of doing Ghalib, I did Ghalib, and the next was very naturally Mir. Now I asked myself who could be the third important poet that I should bring to the English reader. मुझे अभी तक नजर नहीं आया. मैं सोचता था दर्द किसी ने कहा आपको सफी किसी ने कहा नहीं साहब वो सौदा बहुत बड़े. Now I can't name the third one who I want to bring to the English reader. It's very difficult. So canon is in every literature. Not only Urdu, Ghalib and Mir, उसके बाद not that poets were not there. Very important poets that countries are there. For Udulan Haidar, for example. अगर आप रोज में जाइए, Ismail Chowdhury, for example. Or lots of people are there. But and especially the 20th century has been a very fertile ground for poets and writers. Very, very fertile ground. Because of the historical changes that have taken place all over the world. So they are very important. All literatures have taught us. So the North India में, but if you go to the linguistic clusters of South, you have great writers there. उधर translation का भला होकर बैको मोहम्मद बशीर आप तक पहुंच गए. Otherwise, you would have known who was बैको मोहम्मद बशीर, who wrote very ordinary person and wrote such powerful stories. So this is a difficult question to answer. Why only few? Not that only these few are important, there are many more who are. For example, सिराज और गवादी को कम याद करते हैं। सिराज का क्या एक शेर है, खबरें ताहिब रहीश सुन न जन्म भाई। ये इस रिश्ते को कहने के लिए नाम से खबरें ताहिब रहीश सुन न जन्म भाई। लोग कहते हैं तू फूला हाथ तो रहा तू रही सुन और नहीं। It wasn't easy. So what I'm trying to say that it's very difficult to answer this question. How many more are there? Many more are there. Meta-discuss you only name John Donne and Marvel, but there are many other meta-discuss. John Crash was a very important meta-discuss. But you don't read John Crash or Henry Hall. So that happens in every case. And there are individual references, for example, when we talk of romantics, I personally like Coleridge. Because Wordsworth speaks of one-to-one correspondence most of the time. But Coleridge speaks in a biopic, because biopic hero is a grand hero. It's a very different kind of material. Biopic hero is very powerful. So that way you come across actually capital and tips.
One more question was
From this side.
Last one question. Are poets born?
Are poets born or they are? I think they are born, but they're also, they have to work on their poetry. And a good example of that working on poetry is the facsimile edition आपने डायरेक्टली में होगा देखिएगा facsimile edition of T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. Wasteland का पूरा छपा हुआ volume है. You will see there that how Ezra Pound has corrected those lines. And that sent me thinking कि भाई क्या हुआ इधर ये लोग Ezra Pound की बात हो गई. Because the shortest poem that Wasteland, Death by Water, is 6 lines or 7 lines, something like that. And T.S. Eliot did 2 full pages on that. And it's about said it's not it, but only 6 lines will do. So poets are made also. And he, interestingly, Eliot was so humble, he dedicated that poem to T.S. Eliot saying, "Il Vigila Fabio, the better craftsman." लेकिन Eliot भी बहुत चला है, craftsman कहा है, poet नहीं कहा. आप अच्छे कारीगर हो शायरी के, तो आपने कारीगरी की काट छाट कर दिया. But he did not call a better craftsman. You know the craft of poetry, and therefore you have cut and pasted my poem, and it's a great poem, no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that.
We have in our corridor in the Department of English, we have one photo for editing. Various poems were edited. I'm sure they have seen it. See it.
Even in the context of late Akinei, we can say that he was a born poet, but there was a great influence of Sirajuddin and
Training, like a training room से आती थी. We had learned from many sources. तो बहुत ही खराब जिंदगी गुजारी, लेकिन चलो उनको बहुत बहुत इज्जत भी मिली, बहुत मिली. और लास्ट में जब वो लखनऊ पहुंचे हैं, तो नवाब ने बहुत उनको सारा कुछ दुआ भी की. लेकिन सैयद खलीफ को बस यही काम खायाजु जिनको कहते हैं, उनके मौजूद वो थे, तो उनसे बहुत सीखा उन्होंने.
is the more of poet, and I also try my hand at poetry. I have noticed that sometimes it happens that sometimes it becomes very difficult to write a single line many days, and while at other times, the entire poem flows out in an hour. So does it happens to every poet, or to this experience is happening for
This happens. This happens. Yes. And it happens to most of us who are here.
Not only poetry, or anything.
And
For examination, not
आपको consciousness की बात छुपी बैठी. You have a very good example in Kubla Khan. How Kubla Khan was written? He wrote it in a dream. And the man from Porlock walked the door and he spoiled the whole game. And he suddenly pinned down those lines that he had. When you read Kubla Khan, you will see that after 10 or 15 times there is a break of rhythm. Because that is the point when he forgot the poem and then he wrote the poem. So one was spontaneous and the other was working. So it happens with every line. अब here कहते हैं आपको पता अंदाजा होगा कि some come to you which you never revise, and some other comes which you revise many times, and even then you are not very satisfied. It happens.
So when we are reading poetry in different languages, there is a very particular problem that we encounter. And
Are you a poet?
sometimes I write, and that problem is actually whether it's a particular quality of the language that makes poetry in that particular language beautiful. For example, when we read Urdu poetry, we are suddenly affected towards it, but when we are reading Hindi poetry, we are not. And I said to my cousin this thing, but he was not approved of it. And then I recited a poetry of Fez, and he suddenly said, ah. And then I said a poetry of Hindi as well, and then he was not, means not spontaneously reacted to it. So should I recite that poetry again? Or it is just a couplet of Fez. Okay. कि कई बार इसकी खातिर जर्रे जर्रे का जिगर चीरा, कई बार इसकी खातिर जर्रे जर्रे का जिगर चीरा, मगर ये चश्मे हैरान की जिसकी हैरानी नहीं जाती, कई बार इसकी खातिर, कई बार इसका दामन भर दिया उसने दो आलम से, मगर ये दिल है कि इसकी खाना बिरानी नहीं जाती.
You were talking about the mellifluousness of language. Urdu by its nature is a very mellifluous language, very musical. And that is why the popularity of Urdu poetry is special. And also the popularity of ghazal, because ghazal has a rhyme pattern, has therefore it is sung everywhere. I don't want to comment on any other poem or any other language because that may not be right. But Urdu by its nature, Persian by its nature, and Arabic by its nature, because that is the line from Arabic to Persian to Urdu. And then in other languages which are not the languages proper, but in dialects also you have that musicality. So it's a matter of how the ears respond, because the poem is in the ear. And there's another poem which is in the eye. So there are many poems, all poems are in the eye, but some poems relate to your ears. So it varies from language to language. Musical influences that comes to. So you are right that some languages are very, very close, and therefore, as far as you are enamored by that, most of us are, but I would advise you to really be Russian. Who was born during the same time, 1909 and 10, three poets were born in Urdu. Faiz, Miraji, and Moon Rashid. Everyone talks of Azman Faiz. No one knows about Miraji and Moon Rashid. Definitely, Moon Rashid was a far greater poet than Faiz. Read Moon Rashid. Rashid wrote one poem called Hassan Huzagar. पढ़िएगा मेरा केस नेट में पढ़िएगा हसन हुजागर फैज ने लिखी थी फैज का कॉन्टेम्परेरी रेलेवेंस बहुत है progressive writers movement था दुनिया में बहुत कुछ हो रहा था Faiz was politically very conscious. It was a very important point, no doubt about that. But Miraji and Moon Rashid are different. They are not writing for their times, they are writing for different time scale and different generations. Yes, please.
Translate. When we translate something, if we are going to translate any book about whether it's poetry or fictional novel or something, what should we focus on? Whether we should focus on words or the essence of message, what should be the main focus?
In translating, you cannot choose one. You have to take the text in totality. First, you have to take the text in totality, read it many times so that the text becomes, to a great extent, your own text. You become that text. And in that process, you become that author. So you have to carve down the garb of that author. And then you can probably think of translating that author. Because translation is not an off-hand exercise. You read many times a particular poet, and then you feel like communicating with him. You feel like being with him. So once you become a part and parcel of his personality in some way or the other, you can think of the worldview that he is there. So you cannot choose like a language translation or metaphor translation. You can't do it partly or message translation because these are not the things that you can label. It's about okay, this is I have to translate or certainty or definiteness. No, the total text, the atmosphere of the text, the temperament of the text, the totality, the text in its totality, how it responds, how you respond to them. That text will tell you. Yes, please.
So,
8 minutes, 8 minutes.
yes, yeah. So, thank you for a very wonderful lecture. I'll just get back to the starting of your lecture where you pointed out that AI has come onto the scene and it's a very interesting time. And then you also said that you do not know much about AI, right? But then you're also working in the field of translation, comparative literature, and everything else. So, my point is, being a translator, being someone who's working in the field of comparative literature, how do you see the advent of AI? Because there is a great tug of war going on between what is literature and what is not. And since you pointed out that even an FIR is a piece of literature, so there is this case of authorship. Who's the author now? Who's going to be author now? And what is going to happen to literature going forward? It's very interesting. Just something that I wanted to point out. Uh, the death of literature has been pointed out again and again over the 1990s since the beginning of computer sciences. And if many of you would not know that people who are working in the field of AI were the people who are working in the field of literature in the beginning, right? So the demolition of literature is built on the advent of AI, right? So there is a very famous article written by Kish Wong which says that what is digital humanities and what is it doing in English departments? Okay, so how again coming back to you, sir, because you are a translator, someone who's teaching also, who's also a writer, how do you see the advent of AI in, going forward and the role of authority?
AI has made a great advances. Chat GTP. What happened was that I had written some commentary on a verse, which a friend of mine saw, and by return email he sent me a GTP interpretation of that verse. I never knew GTP can also interpret verses. So GTP interpreted that verse, and there were many points of similarity and many points of difference. My interpretation was one, but GTP said something very, very different. Death of the text has been, death of the author has been already pronounced many, many years ago, several decades ago. But author itself is a very, is a, it seems to be a figment of imagination. Now, who is author now? It's a very difficult time to reconcile with. And we do not know how literature is going to survive. It will, but in a different shape, I understand. I can probably afford being ignorant because I'm in the last leg of my journey. But you cannot. Because if you stay behind, then probably you will lose much. मुझे याद है कि one of my batch, I was sitting with him, I was student advisor at this. So Bashir साहब थे my batch. तो printer से पेपर निकल रहा था कि आपको because this message आता था क्या होता है दोस्तों Facts. So that paper I tried to put बच्चों जब यहाँ आ जाएगा छोड़ दे इसको. Then he said कि मैं तो नहीं रहूँगा तुम देखोगे कैसा revolution आने वाला है 10 साल के अंदर. मैंने देखा 20 साल में दुनिया बदल गई. बशीर साहब इज नॉट देयर. उन्होंने ये कहा था मुझसे मैं तो नहीं रहूँगा तुम देखना कितना बड़ा revolution आने वाला है. He was the person who started computer center in our industry because he saw the future. Computer center was started by Bashir Saab. Bashiruddin Ahmed was a great man. कभी यूनिवर्सिटी की गाड़ी इस्तेमाल नहीं क्यों तो उसका प्रेजेंट फ्यूचर होल्ड्स impossible things. मेरे हिसाब से लगता है बहुत मुश्किल है यानी कैसे how our children are going to they have for example I can't handle my bank accounts because there's a I can't buy things online etc and I don't want to learn because मेरे देखना भी काफी है. I don't want to know the geography of the place where I live now because I live in a particular place for 36 years and now I've shifted to a new city. I don't want to know the language. This is what you know, a simple thing. I want to live at peace and do my work whatever time is there. So it's very difficult time and very improvising time, very challenging time that I बहुत इबादत करने का वक्त है।
And that's all about.
Has to teach something. Teaching.
Yes.
Yeah.
The idea is that it's talking about the author being there. In performance studies, we do now have plays which are being enacted at the same time while they are being written by the ChatGPT. Look at famous software which is writing the play according to the responses being
It
received.
is said that Shakespeare also printed.
So where will the writer be? His stages are going to turn like
Identity of the writers in crisis. Definitely. Identity of the writers in crisis. Great crisis. Albert Pinto wrote a book called Crisis in English Poetry. The crisis is very much there now.
Ah,
So it's basically an extension of that question. Since we're discussing about poetry for an art, and you have certain inclination towards poetry, so how would you understand the relevance of poetry in classroom teaching?
Relevance of poetry. Yes. I taught poetry only all my career, mostly. In the beginning, something was given to me, so I taught that, but my heart lay there. Because I thought that through that my students can grow better. Fiction was one-to-one correspondence in most of the cases. Poetry goes deeper, and I thought that if someone can appreciate poetry, one can understand and appreciate life so much better. Because finer than fiction, finer than non-fiction books, etc. And I wanted to take my students with me by doing the whole. So it was not only one-to-one kind of a thing, not a one-sided affair. But I wanted to take them, engage them in conversation and doing the text. And this worked very well by teaching us the baseline. Because baseline cannot be a one channel, say, communication. The student has to be taken into account. So in every text I understand, unless the student becomes a part. But I understand this is far more practicable in terms of fiction. But in poetry, I try to develop that, and it worked very well. And that is why we dramatize some of the poems. Like, for example, my last Duchess is a very dramatic poem, so we could dramatize it also sometimes. I also try to make my students read the poems in different voices. So you can see how many meanings can finally emerge from one particular poem that you have. So there are many ways of reading a text, especially in poetry. Your own voice matters there, the voice of the student. And you try to, if you are a teacher, you try and experiment with your students. Ask every student to read the same stanza, and they become different to raise it with intonations. And in intonations lie the meaning. In intonations lie the implications. So there are very interesting ways of teaching. It has to be made into a dramatic kind of classroom in which interaction takes. The best classroom is that classroom where interaction, where the student is friendly with the teacher, and the distance that distance is lessened. At the same time, the distance is maintained as well. I very much believe in the distance between the student and teacher, but at the same time, very close to the student. This far go further, but very, very close. So that is how I think you can take it.
So please consider this as a question from someone who wants to start maybe writing. Do we let, do we already know when writing poetry where it's going to go from the very beginning? Or do we let the poetry unfold itself in whatever way it can?
It has to be left to unfold itself. It has to be left to unfold itself in its own way. You cannot dictate the poem's way, the poem's journey. The poem requires its own journey. It finds its own line length, the volume, the velocity. What happens in translation, because there is another way of writing the poem also when you are doing the translation. So I weigh the word, the volume of the word, the weight of the word, the length of the word, and how these words will be put in a particular line, and what will be the length of that line, and the length, especially of the second line that follows, and the third that follows. So if there is so much of disparity, your rhythm will be distant. So the words of the same size, same volume, जैसे आप मोती को तोड़ते हैं उसका आप देखते हैं हीरे को तोड़ते हैं तो देखते हैं कितना है इसको वॉल्यूम सो द वॉल्यूम द वेट and its length so they are put like pearls in a pearl in a string and finally that comes up because if the first line is too long this is my way of doing the translation or poetry also the second line is too short the rhythm is affected so that is a kind of an engineering that we do with the words and with the line length. Line length matters a lot. That creates a harmony in the text. That creates larger harmony in the text. Let's go then you and I with the evening aspect. We will see that. We will see that it's flowing on its own. Read any poem, it flows on its own. Older or newer. So that is, and even in performance poetry, we'll see this happen. Because in performance poetry, this is far more important because it is in the performance that the rhythm of the line comes out.
Six.
Resist किया आपको resist किया इन्होंने resist किया आपको इन्होंने
Not exactly a question, but rather experience sharing that I want to do that. यहाँ पे इतना vast study ना poetry में और history में कोई ऐसी poem हो या कोई भी ऐसा कुछ lines हो जो that are stuck with you. तो आपको हमेशा मतलब आप कितना कुछ भी पढ़ते रहे तो उससे move on हो जाए. क्योंकि कोई एक ऐसी poetry या कुछ lines जो आप always come back to it.
I have very much like W. Yeats and T.S. Eliot, those are the modern poets I've liked. And lots of T.S. Eliot I could recite. For example, Wasteland I taught for a very long time, so उस समय तक तो बढ़िया था तो भूल ही गए. Similarly, W. Yeats I could remember a lot and he has stayed with me for a long time. Because W. Yeats is probably the most important poet, all the ones. And someone said he is the last romantic and the first one in that. So Yeats, lines of Yeats have stayed with me, lines of Yeats have stayed with me. As far as my own language is concerned, many other words have stayed with me. Starting from Kuliputam Shah to now, many words have stayed with me. To name a few, Kuliputam Shah himself, after that, Bali, Aurangabadi, then Siraj Aurangabadi, Khaja Birdar, for 18th century, then Veer in 18th century, then come to Ghalib and so on, etc. So similarly, Coleridge has stayed with me, and Wordsworth, parts of Wordsworth. So that way there are quite a few that one has worked with. आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
सर मैं अपनी जुबान में बात करने की कोशिश करूं क्योंकि दिल से जो बात निकलती है असर करती है पढ़ने की ताकत है बर्बाद न करती है तो बहुत कम अल्फाज हैं जिसमें मैं इज़हार तशक्कुर अदा कर सकूं आप
There are some foreigners also.
सब
There are foreigners also. But should take care of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. So in English language, maybe in my own language as well, I fall short of words in which I can manifest my feelings actually. However, like we've been Facebook friend for quite some time, and I keep learning from you.
What's your name?
My name is Baram Khan.
Oh,
Yes.
मुझे लगा ये तो बहुत बड़ा नाम कोई शख्स होगा, पता नहीं क्या होगा.
नहीं सर यही अपना सा इंसान है और मैं सीखता आया हूँ हमेशा लेकिन आज जो इन पर्सन सीखने से जो फीलिंग्स है मेरी वो बहुत अलग है. I'm sorry again. My feelings are very different. That's why I'm going back to my mother tongue probably. And I'm highly grateful for each and everything that you've talked about. I have studied, for my PhD, I have worked on linguistic affinity, especially from Khalil Arzu's point of view, the son and the mark of the concept that he gave, and which was later on elaborated by Sir William Jones. And probably that has encouraged me to study about the similarities and the differences between the languages. And these days I'm highly interested in researching on metaphors. And you talked about metaphors today. So I was wondering, while you were translating Ghalib and all the greats from South Asia in a Western language,
how do you deal with those metaphors which are very culture specific while rendering them into English? Like, do you take? I mean, I would be highly interested in learning from you. Like, what are the approaches that you take, especially in translating those metaphors, which are from two different cultures, specifically? It's a process of negotiation. When you talk about something difficult, you sit across the table to negotiate. When you sit across the table to negotiate with the other person, because one person is sitting on that side and one person is sitting on this side, and negotiation gives you the clue, gives you the answer. There are some culture-specific metaphors which are very difficult to translate that way. But you have to find an affinity in that to be able to transfer it in your language. To be able to translate or bring it to your own kind of a reader. Because your target reader is in the language in which you are translating. So naturally you will find something equivalent to that which you can appreciate. For example, there's nothing like daffodil in our culture. And you might replace it with something else which can make sense. So exact translation may not work at all sometimes. So you have to give it different kind of intonation or color so that it becomes. And like there are many color metaphors actually, which can have a very different meaning in different culture. Very true. Because yes, I agree with that.
So, uh, I was there as a visiting professor in Milan. And there we were conducting a workshop on translation. So, a text was given. It was translating film script. So, what we did, two teachers, me and the other teacher from there, we gave the text, written text, and that to be translated in English. So they wrote, for example, good morning, and then the word done. Then after that, we said that, okay, now let's look at this movie without dialogue. How perspective change, I'm talking about that. So we showed the movie without dialogue. And the background was poor people. So the perspective change of the written problem. They were able to see. And after that, we said that make corrections. Whatever you translated on the written text, change whatever you can. So they changed. But still, I was looking at good morning part because I knew that much only in Italy. So I was focusing on that. 1 or 2% of the participants, they could change that, but the others did not disturb good morning. Okay. And then we watched it again with dialogue, and the word was chalk, not good morning. Okay. And chalk is acceptable in any language. Here also we know what is the meaning of chalk. Okay. So this is how this refers to your question and this question also. What is to be translated? So when in written text, it's something else. When you watch it without dialogue, it's when you watch it with dialogue, difference. And according to that, you need to. So he was right, and that is why the translators are also paid like authors. Because when you translate, you are actually recreating. And so, I mean, nowadays people talk of adaptation and all, but actually it's like that. So that is the whole issue of translation. And sir, I would also like to, I always refer to my students about Angur. Marvelous movie. I hope you saw it. This is an adaptation of Comedy of Errors by Shakespeare. Angur. Everything is Indian. But, and the dialogue are different, the dialogues are different, but it's an adaptation of Comedy of Errors. Lovely. Yeah, there are subtitles in there. You can see that. Any more question? Yeah, I mean,
I would just like to add something to the translation question that have been going on. My question is that whenever we have a text that is written, that we are translating maybe from that we know already, maybe our mother tongue, that is from to English. And every text has its style, not exactly style, but dialect maybe. And my question is more directed towards the dialect. So, if a text has a dialect, so how and we are translating into a language that we have learned, and it is for an audience that is not Indian content. How do we decide that the same essence is carried in
Contemporary language, contemporary idiom of your own times and of your own temperament that suits you and the text and possibly the target reader. So the contemporary idiom is the answer. So for example, if you have to take up a text like Paradise Lost, so it has to be in the time in which you are and of the language to which you belong and of the times in which you speak that language.
so should I thank Professor Mr. Raman? She is not. Who? Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much for asking questions. I think it was a lovely session, and I hope you enjoyed the question answer session also.
Yes, greatly. That was the real part of it.
Yeah. So, thank you very much for responding to their questions. And I'm sure they have a lot more questions, but because of time, they are not asking it. But I'm sure you have got some further questions also. After asking the question, there are chains of questions that you can ask. And I would like to, as I was talking to Professor Anisha Tamasa, that when we talked of representation, that goes to mimesis, Aristotle's mimesis. And because mimesis, we talk of verisimilitude, lifelike. And that is also known as representation. So that is what he was talking of, that when you use this room for presentation and for representation. So representation is lifelike, verisimilitude, mimetic. So Aristotle's mimesis. I'm saying Aristotle's mimesis because Pluto also talked of mimesis. So I'm not going to that. I mean, I know Professor Anisut Aman sir for quite long, but I was very happy to know that he likes those authors I mean, I also like Coleridge and Yeats and Donne. So our choices are same. And my students know that, especially in literature. I don't prefer Wordsworth, I prefer Coleridge. I don't prefer Eliot, I prefer Yeats. Sorry for that. So this is our likes and dislikes. So thank you very much, sir, for being here. And I would especially like to thank you, sir, because he's very busy. You must have seen in the introduction that every day he's signing the books and visiting workshops and places and for talks and various other things. And I'm very much thankful to him for accepting our offer and coming over here just for a day. Um, in the earlier schedule, which was going to be starting from 14 to 18, in that he was the chief guest in the education session. But it's my loss that we could not do it today. And we shifted the date because it's from 15 to 19. And so we are going to miss you, sir. But I lost. Yeah, so thank you very much, sir, for
many thanks for being very good listeners. Your indulgence and thanks for
this is Ms. Jelpa Lindberg from Sweden. Professor Anisha Brahmansa from Delhi.
So you can give it.
Yeah, tomorrow night, very early, kind of.
Nice.
It's fantastic. So nice.
You are in Sweden.
I am in Jönköping, Gothenburg.
Like being here, I do. Understood.
I like it very much. And I love to be in the dialogue with the students. They are wonderful. Yeah, I do teach English, I teach Swedish language and literature, and I'm very much interested about literature. And now I'm working with multimedia. So, and how we can, because this is a big thing, really taking it serious,
What I was talking about.
especially translation, yeah.
Please
Maybe
sit
I
down.
can do a transition.
Please.
Thank you, Professor Anisur Rahman, for your insightful and thought-provoking session. Your talk on why we study literature has become the highlight of this course, and I'm sure everyone will agree with it. Thank you for inspiring us as we all try to explore the world of literature further. As a token of appreciation, I would like to invite Professor Mohammad Rizwan Khan and Professor Ilva Lindberg to felicitate our esteemed faculty, Professor Anisur Rahman, as a token of gratitude and appreciation for his valuable contribution to today's session.
You've already done that, so this is enough for me. आपसे तो मुझे पहले ही इच्छा दे रखा है। Okay, सही बात है। How very kind of you, my God.
This is this is done by Geo, handmade and done by NGO, and the poor ladies in this locality, the painting also, the painting.
Fantastic.
I've taken it from here.
Fantastic. It's a very good idea to have this kind of. It's a very good idea.
Okay. We'll have a. I'm saying, we'll go. Okay?
Yes. Yes, problem.
Please, should we go out? Outside? Yes.
Yes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
You have a long day? Right, okay, I will have another mic and then we get started. Fine. Okay, for me it's fine. So now you have been listening to a lecture about literature and the reasons for reading literature, and I heard also toward the end of the lecture that you were speaking about translation and all these different cultural things that we need to think about when we translate. And I suppose that some of you will also work with translation in the future. At least I hope for that, since I saw in your answers on Google Club that you are so well versed in many languages, important for India. So I would just like to say some words about my own experiences of translation. So since I have French language more than English, so I translated one work by a surrealist author, Alfred Jarry. And this work was written in French towards the end of the 19th century. And the text is surrealist. And that means that it's somehow between poetry and prose. There are a lot of images, and they are not always completely straightforward. So in this work, there were so many images that could not fit them into the Swedish language, because the sentences in French, they are sort of allowed, they are allowed to be charged with many images and metaphors and so on. But in Swedish, that doesn't simply work. So I had to find a solution. And this is a little bit what you were speaking about before, that you have to make choices. And you have to use your judgment and think thoroughly and use your cultural wisdom and knowledge to make these choices. And it was so difficult because I had to cut so many things in this novel in order to transmit it into Swedish. So I have been translating a little bit of surrealist poets and novelists from French to Swedish, and I really enjoy it. So we should do that. This is also a part, one activity that you do as a cultural mediator that we were speaking about. But this afternoon, I will approach a subject that is quite far from literature itself. But it's not far from language. It has very much to do with translation and language. And it is about generative AI and the fact that it's omnipresent now in our everyday life. And you, as educators and teachers, you must engage with this. You must take a stand. You must try to find an attitude, a relationship to what is happening. And you also need to integrate this somehow in your teaching. So the title of my lecture is Who Holds the Future? Exploring AI technology and sustainability across school subjects, L1 education, social sciences, and technology. And why is that? This is transdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary. In our research group, we see that it's not possible anymore to keep the borders, the disciplinary borders in school when we have generative AI. We need to collaborate across subject borders in order to harness what is happening around us. This is why, but I will explain further. So this lecture is very much based on the research that I am doing right now with my colleagues. So this is front research in the classroom with generative AI. But we will really start from the beginning. And as all the other days, you have a workshop board to go to. And today we have in 2004. And the idea is that perhaps we need 1 or 2 minutes break here and there so that you can go in there, answer some questions related to this lecture. And this lecture is also a preparation for what we are going to do together tomorrow. Because tomorrow I have designed a new workshop for you and with you. And it will only work with future, but not in any way. It will be a roadmap to it. But that's for tomorrow. So this is for me to prepare you. But let us start with AI. Often we speak now about AI as if it was something self-evident, just out there. But what is it really? Well, AI, that artificial intelligence, this is not one thing. Artificial intelligence is a system that can mimic certain processes and activities that we associate with intelligence, such as learning, thinking, and problem solving. And what is learning in this context? The ability to learn from one's own and others' past experiences. And you know that you can do that. But now we also have a technology that can learn from its own and others' experiences, no matter if it's a human or a machine. And this system, they can also apply knowledge in various and new situations in different and new ways. So it would be strange if we didn't make use of these possibilities, right? But then, what can we expect from artificial intelligence? What can artificial intelligence do for us? Well, it can assist in assessments and decision making. It can act independently in complex environments, you know, the self-driving cars. It can also interact naturally with humans and other machines, the chatbots, and create new things, images, text, music, videos, and code. This is ChatGPT and other technologies of this kind. So what we are interested in when we are looking at artificial intelligence right now in educational settings or pedagogical issues, we are here. So generate new things and interact naturally with humans and other machines. That is what we are interested in. And AI technology is often data-driven. So we cannot speak about artificial intelligence if we don't speak about data. So the data is used to build models that encode the knowledge the machine displays. And we need a large amount of data and also these iterative models testing all the time to train and also in order to perform tasks. So here you have an illustration of that. So this is just to show you a little bit where we are with artificial intelligence, what do we speak about. And now in our research group, we have a specific focus, and that is the practices with and about AI. So we speak about socio-technical practices, and we ask the overall question, how is AI technology integrated into teaching and learning? So here, it's a quote from our latest book from 2024. Rather than asking what digital technologies do, we instead ask, how do people use these technologies in their daily learning activities? And how do they shape and are shaped by technological tools? And how do new practices emerge and evolve in response to technological change? And how does technological innovation respond to new practices? So there are different perspectives on this, right? So we try to move away from this opposite relationship between the machine and the human. And instead, we try to explore practices and processes in development within a social material arrangement. So there is now no opposition between the machine and the human. There is an assemblage. And that assemblage is what is important. And they include these AI technologies, of course. So that's the focus. And we have concerning specifically L1 education, language 1 education, we have some hypotheses that we have formulated. And we can see that technology and AI development challenge educational structures and practices. And the role of L1 and other subjects too in implementing educational use of digital media and tools is evident, but not necessarily recognized for subject. So we must ask ourselves, should it be like that? But we can see from the research literature, from reality, that this is it. And how do we move from these purposes? And thirdly, the AI in instruction learning three issues and sustainability. So we have different dimensions of sustainability. We have the ethical dimensions. How is it ethically sustainable to bring in generative AI tools with students, among teachers in their work, and so on? And we also have the social dimension. What happens with the relations in the classroom when we bring in these kind of technologies? And 3, when we speak about digitalization and specifically AI technology, we rarely address the climate issues. This takes so much of our resources, and perhaps we should put them somewhere else. But it's difficult to break with this. We are in a flow. We need to follow along. So that's it. So now you have been speaking about literature and the reasons for literature in education before me. And yesterday we were addressing literacy in our discussions. I heard you. And this is a skill area in transformation. So just to give you some points regarding yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So what is literacy yesterday and today? We have gone from forming letters, decoding, and understanding to navigate within and between text in different formats in media. So reading and writing are connected to technological development, obviously. And this affects content, format, reading, and writing practices. But then, what is literacy tomorrow? So, imagining the literacy needs of tomorrow is very important to do, because that has shaped today's teaching in reading and writing. But who is included in that imagination, that work of imagination? Policymakers, big tech actors, for example. But where are the teachers in these endeavors? And in relation to this, we also need to ask ourselves, how is it today and tomorrow? How does a person become literate tomorrow? Well, we know that becoming literate depends on your interests, your talent, your home environment, the school you go to, and also, of course, leisure and other activities. And in this, I would like to emphasize the teacher's role in shaping what reading and writing could be, and also what is legitimate within the classroom, and valued, of course. So reflecting on literacy is important when we bring in generative AI in education. And reading and writing, as we have also touched a little bit upon, have always been technology supported. I mean, paper is one form of technology, of course. And in history, we have the printed culture and the school structure and the school organization. These are built on the printed culture. And in that environment, the teacher had the complete control over what knowledge was communicated and how knowledge was acquired. So that's it. But then, when we move forward to the present, reading and writing are activities that are interwoven between the analog and the digital. And these things are not separated. So learning to read and write in school reflects a tension between dominant, opposing narratives about what children and young people need. And this is particularly true in Sweden right now, where we have, I would almost say, a war in the media of what we should do in school. Should we ban all technology, all digital technology, and go back to book and to the printed culture? Or should we move with the new influences from generative media and technology and say that? That is the question. I have a quote here from one very prominent educational researcher from Sweden, Roger Selja, that I'm working with. And he wrote quite recently in 2024 that our cognitive abilities and skills are becoming increasingly hybrid as we learn to interact with ever more powerful symbolic technologies that not only enhance our thinking, but also reorganize it. So being in this transformation and understanding that our ways of knowledge, of knowing are changing, but also the knowledge that we need to have is also changing. So we need to be in that. And then when we go to the future, well, as I have seen so far here in India and from my visits, I've also seen in primary school and middle school that technology is often missing. So there is not so much technology. So this is very different from schools in Sweden, where we have a lot of technology. And when we look at how school is developing, for example, in the US right now, it's very much steered by huge companies like Google and Microsoft. So do we want Googleized and Microsofted schools? We have schools today in the US where the students can go and speak to an AI bot only for 2 hours. What do we gain and what do we miss in such an educational environment? And is this something that we strive for? Is this efficiency in learning? So these questions we need to ask. And I don't know for you, but in Sweden, all schools, they have a digital platform. And what do we mean by a digital platform? Well, that is where all the teachers, they have their pages with their disciplines, with the tasks that the students must perform, with the exams, scheduling, materials, and so on. And they even communicate with parents through that platform and many other things. But what we see is also a threat to the classroom with these platforms, because we can see that this platform also dictate what is possible to do in learning. So they intervene in how the teachers design their education. And we must ask ourselves, should it be like that? Is it okay? And what is problematic? In recent studies, we can see that the teachers in Sweden, they put an unproportional amount of time in working with these platforms, while they should be with the students and pupils instead. So it is problematic. And then again, towards the future, what do we see? We have agentic and physical AI coming. So I'm working with a professor in computer science at my university. And recently he was in San Francisco visiting the biggest AI company in the world, NVIDIA. And they had their future image of what is going to happen. So at the bottom of a diagram, they saw generative AI. So this is only the beginning. And then exponentially, AI will grow, and very soon we will have agentic AI. So what is that? That is AI agents that we are going to boss around with. So that is what we see before us. We have a lot of AI agents and we will tell them what to do in many different areas. And then finally, we will reach towards physical AI. And physical AI, these are robots, of course. And it's quite interesting. What I've seen in recent studies with what is happening with artificial intelligence now is also that spiritual leaders are engaging with these discussions, not only from the Christian part, but also Muslim cultures. Because this is sort of triggering and challenging something that has to do with being a human being. And finally, for the future, and we were approaching this the other day, we spoke about hybrid reading and writing formats. And I was talking about the audiobook. The audiobooks have developed in the Swedish society very, very fast. I don't know how many of you are using Spotify in this room. Yes, some of you know about Spotify. So this application is a Swedish startup from the beginning, and it was extremely important in order to develop the audiobook market and the audiobook technology. So this is also why we see a boom, an extreme growth of audiobooks and audio listening in Sweden. And here we can see that this tool allows for book reading to become more and more multimodal, using both text, images, and sound. So what we see in this context is that the book is changing. It's not that we will abandon the book. We will never do that. Literature and books, these are so important things culturally for us, but also for reading. But we have entered an era of bookishness where people come to literature in new ways. Oh, please, it's so tiring for me when you're speaking or talking to each other. It's already a difficult environment for me to be in. It's not like this as I am in my book. Please be respectful. I will do this. I was supposed to have my lecture in the afternoon, and now I have it tonight. So please. Okay. So here we have, I'm now referring to Jessica Pressman, who wrote this book in 2020 about the era of bookishness. And what we can see on internet, for example, these communities where you speak about Jane Austen, you do TikTok films about Jane Austen, you reinterpret classic literature in new ways. And this is quite interesting to see, and I hope that you follow that as teachers. And this also refers back to what we were speaking about yesterday. One question: do you know how and when and what your students read? Because they can read in this way. And here I have a picture of printed books with papers. But what is happening now is also that we have a fund of electronic literature coming up. And this electronic literature can be both digital and printed, but some of this literature is also digitally born. So I encourage you to go into this book by Scott Fredberg, where you can see so many examples of the different genres of digital literature coming up. So it's a very useful book. And I have myself also written a paper on the post-digital aesthetics and literature about what is happening now. So now I just want to show you what we are doing right now in order to meet the demands that generative AI faces with in our region at our university. So we are working with a lot of different collaborations regarding AI at our university in order to understand how are we going to meet what is happening. So first of all, we have a collaboration with one upper secondary school in the region. That is important because at that school we have the first senior teacher in AI. So he's a technology teacher, but he is also educated in artificial intelligence. And we also have at his school a general interest about AI. We have also a principal who wants to encourage different ways of integrating AI into the teaching. So we also have at the municipality level people who are working with bridging academia and the schools in the region. We have one person teaching teachers in the schools how to prompt in different subjects and how to use prompts wisely and effectively. And at our university, we have a pedagogical center where people try to educate the staff around us. And we also have a science park with companies working with our university, where we also can develop a certain AI readiness across society and academia. And lastly, I am involved now in creating this Jönköping University Artificial Intelligence Network for opportunities and challenges across disciplines. And on this platform, we will collaborate across sectors. So this is all about applied AI. How do we apply AI in education, in the healthcare sector, and so on. At my faculty, the School of Education and Communication, we have one master's program, Learning Digitalization and Sustainability. And within that master's program, I monitor a course on AI literacy in educational settings. So this is brand new, but it has been extremely popular, so we cannot take in everyone, but it's online, so you are free to take it. We also have 2 research schools that I'm involved in with the theme of digitalization and learning. So here we're working with artificial intelligence too. And then recently with 6 countries, I have funded an early center for excellence, for excellent research on AI in learning and instruction. So we will meet in May when I come back. We will meet with the 6 countries in Gothenburg, and we will discuss different themes in education, because this concerns both learning in higher education, learning in upper secondary school and down to primary school, but also learning at the workplace. And because we don't have the workforce today that can actually engage with AI practices in productive and also responsible ways. So these are things that we work on. But now I will take you on a journey towards a study that we're working on, towards a specific practice field with AI in one particular upper secondary school, where we have worked with 4 technology program, 4 classes in the technology program. And this collaboration with this school started in 2022, actually, because then I was granted a research project on ethics and values in data-driven educational practices. And we had 3 symposia in different countries with international scholars. And one of these symposia was carried out at my university. So then I invited people from the education sector, teachers, among others. And in this symposium, we were talking about futures-oriented methods and futures perspectives. Because what we saw, when we are now in an era where data is all over, where the AI technology is growing so fast, we need to think about the future, and we need to know how to have agency to actually be involved and engage in the future and have the power to shape it. So one teacher in that symposium got really interested. And if you remember, in November 2022, there was this launch of ChatGPT. It happened like that. And then everything was changed. So the teacher at that point in time, she created workshops at her school with the teachers, development workshops. What shall we do? Here are some comments from the teachers themselves. What do they say? AI is a game changer. We must teach students much more complex things in the future. When we switched to distance, it went really fast. In a similar way, we need to be prepared by trying to foresee scenarios that can emerge. And the future starts now. Now is back then. And the school will be criticized if it's not up to date. And finally, what does the Swedish school agency do? Nothing. The Swedish school agency was completely silent and has been so for a very long time. So the teachers realized that they couldn't just sit there and do nothing because they have very sharp technology students in their classes. And these students will explore and will do a lot of things. So something had to happen. And also we needed to do something really fast. So the teacher contacted me and asked, couldn't we create something to help the teachers and the students to actually explore and see what we can do with artificial intelligence? So from there, we initiated the Futures Day. And now we have Futures Day every year. In 2003, we had one Futures Day, 2024 and 2025. So what is this Futures Day? Well, the thing is that we decided that 4 technology classes could be invited to our university for one day in order to collaborate with artificial intelligence, to explore what can the students do with this technology and how can the teachers also learn from this event. And this is, of course, a lot of logistics to receive so many upper secondary school students in a university setting, but we collaborate very well together. And we engage these 4 subjects in Futures Day: technology, Swedish as a second language, and social sciences. So this action led to renewed practices. There were new types of collaborations among teachers. We also made the students collaborate across classes, and also from different disciplines. And they also had to collaborate with AI agents. And this also demanded from us to create technology that is safe and that the student could use on this school platform that we have. But maybe you are very tired, so I encourage you to take 1 minute, go on Book Club. It was, the Book Club site. And then you go there and you can answer some questions. So here is the website, Futures Day. So it's all in Swedish, not in English yet, but at least you can have an overview of the organizations that we have. And this is Sweden's largest creative AI writing project at an upper secondary school level today. And during the year, the teachers, they prepare the students for this Futures Day. And then we have the Futures Writing Day. And then we gather the stories that the students have written collaboratively with AI during the day. They are sharpened and reformulated here and there. And then they are published in an anthology. And the students, they also generate images to their stories. So all that is included in Futures Day. And just before coming here, this concept, this new pedagogical concept, was actually awarded a grant from the Chalmers Innovation Office, which is a very big technology university in Stockholm, in Sweden. So this is like a stamp that we have the quality stamp to go further with this and also spread the concepts to other schools. So it's really exciting. So now you know a little bit about the concept Future Stays. So now I will also tell you a little bit about how we do research about this. Because it's one thing to take action and create new designs and pedagogical designs. It's another thing to do grounded and sharp research on this area. So the research data that we have gathered in this project, they are of different types. So first of all, we have all the stories that the students have submitted every year since 2023. So here we can also see like an evolution about the futures, imaginaries that the students have. And you can imagine that this year, in 2025, when I go back from India, next Friday, we will have the next Futures Day. I have already been out and spoken to the upper secondary school students. So I see that their futures are very, very dark, extremely dark. So Futures Day is also a way to break with this darkness that we can see coming upon us, to see how can we create alternatives or other solutions than what we see before us. So this is one kind of data, the stories in themselves. And during the day, we also do, we record the screens of the groups, not all groups, because there are quite many, but among 5 groups or so. And we also have audio recordings. And this year we will also put sensor, we will try to collect sensor data from what the students actually are doing when they are clicking on the computer. And now I will present data that we have analyzed from last year in a chapter that will soon be printed, The Unbearable Lightness of Imagination in a Gen AI Era, Changing Creative Writing Practices in School. So what is important to know when we go into these kind of practices, we need new theoretical models and tools to understand what the students are doing. We cannot really work with the established terminology that exists in education research. So we have based all this on Barad's rejection of separate entities through the concept of diffraction. I don't know what you know about diffraction, but I will show you on the slide. And this concept of diffraction helps to observe the fluid and relational subjectivities in the making of creating writing processes and practices. Because now it's not only the student and the paper and the pen. We're very far from that. Writing is collaborative somehow, and there is a fluidity going on. And the creative processes, we cannot situate them only with the student. We have the creative process is just as much in the generative AI technology too. So how this is working is really interesting to observe. So here I go in a little bit more into the theoretical lenses that we have used on the data material. So diffraction, it comes from physics. And Barrage, she commits to the post-humanist and post-material thinking. And diffraction refers to the bending of waves when they encounter an obstacle. For example, think of light, when light goes through a window or something else. So on the other side, new patterns will be created. So what is happening when the creative process take root in the student group? They will also work with AI technology, and through the AI technology, the creative process will take new ways. So this is the idea. We also work with the concept of de-identification that is coming from Haraway. She doesn't use the identification as such, but what she means is that we need to go away from dichotomies. So as I said, there is not an opposition between the human and the machine. What she tries to show is that the machine and the human becomes, when they encounter a creative process, when they come together in a creative process. And this is also what Barad means when she speaks about interaction instead of interaction, because interaction is also referred to two opposite poles that interact with each other. And she wants to go away from that. So we try to use this lens to understand what is happening in this assemblage of humans and machines when they are involved in a creative writing process. So now I will move into some of the results from this chapter, and it will be a linear report, but of course it's completely messy when we are there with the students and they are involved in their creative process. So I will present three critical phases. First phase is when the students, when they are setting the scene for their story. And then they try to engage with different temporalities, because it's not easy to think future. And we will look further into that. And we can also see how new relations unfold in that setting of the scene. And then we will move into phase two, which is the process when the students develop the story. And this is so interesting. We have called it differences in the remaking, because we have differences between the present and the futures. Okay? But we don't really know what these differences are. Right? But what we can see is that it's very difficult for the students to sort of separate themselves from what they have in the present to think something completely new. So it's these differences in the remaking. They try to see and write about what is different from my present in the future, and vice versa. So that is phase two. In phase three, here we can see differences and similarities within differences. So here they have sort of formulated for themselves what the present is and what the future is, so they can see the differences. And suddenly they also observe what the similarities are. So that's the idea with phase three. So let's move into this. So here they set the scene, and this is a recording from their group collaboration. And here they follow teachers' instruction. They try to co-create an environment in time and space, the characters and the plot. And they are negotiating together how to write prompts. But they mainly use prompts to find names for their characters. And also they try to work with the relations between humans and AI creations, you'll see. So this is an introduction that they write to the story. And they do this without artificial intelligence because they are not allowed to use the artificial intelligence until the afternoon of future state. So I'll read it for you, this introduction to their story. Hey, and welcome back to TEC73B. I want to start by introducing the school's new AGI robot, Aaron. He's going to be hanging out with us from now on and can help you guys with pretty much anything. A hand shoots up from the back of the class. Yeah, Alfred, says Lena. Lena is the teacher. But wait, if this Aaron guy is so great and he can help us with anything, why are you still here? I mean, isn't he just going to replace you and the other teachers completely? Alfred asks firmly. The room goes quiet. Lena's not sure what to say as she shifts her gaze from Alfred to Aaron. She adjusts her glasses and scratches her head with a pen. Well, Alfred, that's a good question. I guess we'll see what happens in the future. The rest of the class would be done from home, with the teacher and Aaron as holograms, but that wasn't anything new. So here you can see this is an effort to try to think futures. But now we already have robots in the classrooms. In Sweden, that exists here and there. So this is not anything new. And holograms, well, more or less, we have remote teaching, we have flipped classrooms. So it's not extremely new. But what is interesting in this first scene is that we can see these differences in the remaking. They are really trying to invent or imagine futures, but it's difficult. It's not so different as we might think in their imagination. But we can also see the different relations that are coming up. The teacher-student relation is negotiated. Will the teacher be needed at all? And what kind of relation can we see here between the teacher and the robot? It's quite tense. But we cannot see from this first scene what kind of relation there is between the student and the robot. Perhaps the student, they do not know. Perhaps they didn't want to write it out. But what we can also see when they write this introduction is what Annette Markham, a media communication scholar, calls a discursive closure. When we imagine futures, we are so colored by what we have in the present, and also of discourses about education, of what is possible to think. So imagine freely and sort of being creative and find alternative ways to think about futures. It's extremely difficult. And we also must remember that even though futures are an inescapable part of education, there is a tendency to view the future as a goal to be achieved. You decide that, okay, after this course, you must have learned this and this and that. And in 2 years, you will have your master's, you will have your PhD, and so on. So the future is very seldom something unknown that can be shaped and influenced, actually, and also be shaped over time and transformed. You have a fixed idea of the futures. So breaking that up is something that we try to do through these speculative methods together with the students. And this, of course, is so extremely important today when we are presented with inevitable imaginaries of what the future should be, with AI technologies, with what we should be able to do and the skills that we need to have in order to be employable in the future. So we ask ourselves, how can we create opportunities to generate visions of possible futures alternatives rather than future washing? Because when we are presented with these inevitable imaginaries or promissory imaginaries, future is washed of all the alternatives that might be found here in this classroom right now. So we need to be there And the students need to be involved too. We need to listen to them. And this was actually one of the big motivations for Future State. The teachers, they wanted to know, what do the students think themselves? But let's move to phase, yes, this is phase number 2, yes. So this is in the group, the students, they collaboratively developed the story with AI rewriting. Here we have changed the terminology slightly because we see with these new reading and writing processes, we also need to reinvent perhaps the terminology. When the students are collaborative writing like this, they are both reading and writing because they read very long text that they let the generative AI generate. And then they also write in their own document. So this is a kind of rewriting process. So in these group activities, they write prompts to generate stories, and they have very long text that they generate. And they reads this text and picks up on things that they like, that they would like to include in their own text. And in this particular case, they developed this story so that the two main characters, Olle and Bella, have a common interest in the past before the story takes place. And they also add societal aspect and they try to formulate a happy ending. So I will read this prompt for you, and maybe you can criticize this prompt. Maybe you will say that they don't know how to prompt. Oh, sorry. You and I are going to write a story together. So this is the student writing to the Gen AI. The story is about a guy who's 17 years old, and the year is 2074. His name is Per-Olof, but everyone calls him Olle. Olle has family and friends, but he's worried that the human side of life is disappearing because robots and AI are taking over. He really likes things that are natural and human, and he's heard tons of stories from his grandparents about what life was like 50 or 60 years back. And he wants that kind of life too. He wants to hang out with his friends in real life, not just have a bunch of virtual interactions. The story should be exciting, and I want you to act like a writer who brings in suspense, which is often very important for young people when they read, right? So what is happening here? So here we then see the differences in the remaking. So they are trying to really create something new in the future. So the AI is given the opportunity to create text within the frame of the prompt, which reflects perceptions of Gen AI as a tool for generating text. But they also recognize both possibilities and limitations of what the AI can contribute and the knowledge they need to be able to collaboratively create here. And we can see these interactions going on. And of course, it's very close to the traditional writing process. But on the other hand, we have AI here, who is the one who generates the text from the beginning. So it doesn't come really originally from the student, from the students themselves. But how this co-authorship is made possible is quite interesting. So the co-authorship is sort of establishing, and we can see that there is a kind of meta-authorship that is established because the students, they are not writing themselves, but they are sort of designing how the writing process is going to evolve. So some other interesting point here, when students experiment with AI, they need to read critically, rephrase and combine text segments created by themselves and by the AI. So the creativity is still there, as well as the critical activities, but they are transposed, they are happening at another level, right? So what we see is perhaps a sort of an entangled authorship where the students and the AI, they cannot be separated. They are working together. So we have this kind of computer creativity that Sweeney is talking about in his article from 2023. So Barrage, in the post-humanist thinking, she speaks about cutting together apart when and this is something that we can use in this entangled authorship. And what she means by that is that the students, they cut out parts from the generated text and then they recombine it in a new text. So they cut it together. They cut together different parts, and these texts, they are both apart and together. So this is important. We have this huge assemblage, and there are some things that will become visible in the creative process of all these text generation. But what we want to say with this is that this is far from uncritical, and it's not only copying and pasting. It is a kind of a new reading and writing process that we need to take into account. Oh, sorry. So the third phase now then, students' collaborative writing processes and practices. We come to this diffractive writing. So the diffraction here is this tension between the students and their creative processes, their creative writing, and the generative AI's creative writing. Because the students, they observe the tensions between the two. And they feel that something is not right. And what is it? Because when they read the AI written text, they start to discuss if they would have written it in this way. So it's really critical. So they start here to merge the process of human and AI generated text. So we really can see this cutting together and apart, and this diffractive and interactive level of writing practices where we cannot separate humans and machines. So here's an excerpt from their group conversations. But the thing is, this isn't written the way we've been writing it now. No, definitely not. If we just paste some of that in, it's going to clash so bad. Yeah. But I was thinking if we just rewrite the whole text like we've done it there, the same way, oh, that's going to be super annoying. It's like really complicated words, but yeah, it sounds kind of cool. But does it really though? No, definitely not. I don't know if we should, honestly. So here you can see that they hesitate. Can we use this AI generated text? Because this is also about what is allowed and legitimate within the classroom. We know that we have this idea about using generative AI in the classroom is not a good thing. So they hesitated. And this is quite interesting. So here, further, you can see what they say in their group discussion. There are some words here you're like, yeah, this isn't really, this presence is a paradox in my world, or Dead 05, as he's officially called. I don't think that we would have said that. The anger and betrayal in her eyes is, no, but it's kind of like that, oh, gets new text and screen in GPT and scroll. Whoa, so they get a really long text generated from generative AI. In the shadow of the geometric skyscrapers where no one can see us. And then they giggle. And then they say, our love, a sacred dance played to the tunes of an invisible orchestra. Oh, but it's kind of pretty though. Okay, but so what do we do now? This is important. We really need to pull this together. Should we each write a section? And then as a quote from AI again, the artificial stars blink above us in a simulation of a night sky. Isn't it beautiful? okay, but are we writing sections or just quickly changing everything because it seems like ChatGPT isn't really working? So here we can see that they don't trust the AI, it doesn't work, and others here, they say no. But oh, which part are we doing? So they're scrolling up and down and they're trying to find a solution to how to pull this together because they need to submit the text soon. They only have 1 day, right? So towards the end of the day, the framing of the activity as a school assignment is brought up and is discussed about whether or not the text needs to be rewritten. And questions arise regarding students' responsibility for the text in the school context. So you can see they need to pull it together. At the same time, they like certain things that the generative AI has created for them, but they don't know what is possible, what can we do? This doesn't align with our way of writing. So they are in this tension. But they also observe that AI is an insufficient writing partner. And they question what is happening here because it doesn't really do what they ask it to do. And it's quite interesting that the fact that AI tool is often associated with cheating in educational context, that also seems to play a role when students are completing their text. So they are sort of censuring themselves in a bit, or they are very hesitating when using AI. Because students, they tend to dismiss the AI contribution based on the idea that they cannot get the AI to understand how they think. So then they say that it doesn't work. But finally, the students, they have received instructions to write together with the AI, but they are unsure whether this is all right or not in this particular school context. So what kind of meaning do we draw from this study? Well, we see that it's a sort of a literacy desiring going on, or a querying of the current literacy that we have in education right now. When practices and responsibility in writing are reformulated and interactions are there, the co-authorship is changed, and students' agency and creativity is merged with computational creativity. And all this is met in these speculations about futures. So this is important. And the study also shows how literacy is in motion and renegotiated through students' practices. So we have this kind of algorithmic authorship emerging in these studies that we perhaps need to think about. And also we can see that the students, they are reflecting a lot about the responsibility and the origin of the written text. So we really need to be in these explorations and try to understand the development of creative AI collaboration in this area. And now, from these results that will soon be published in a more readable format, I have some discussion points in relation to this presentation. Reading and writing practices in language education are closely linked to capacities that could be said to define what it means to be human. So something is happening in L1 education. You've been talking about how important it is to read literature and so on, and reading literature and creating stories. That is what humans do, and it's important in order to exist. But with this tool, there are existential issues coming, emerging, and we need perhaps to take them seriously. And I also think that it's difficult for us to shift perspective and begin to value non-human actors in creative writing. So this is a new thing to us. How can we do this? Even though non-human actors always have been there, technology and so on, but now it's so imposing. So that it might be more important than ever today. So how can we make this shift and sort of move beyond this dichotomy, human and machine, in reading and writing processes, and try to see how we actually are generating this together in an assemblage? And how do we also preserve the human dimension in these activities? I have no answer to this, but this is what we need to explore more, I think. And how can we design and create productive interactions? I think this is so important, because if we look at the diffraction process, the concept of diffraction, and how you use it in physics, you can actually see how an element is passing an obstacle, and if this obstacle is designed in a certain way, the element will be something particular, or depend on this obstacle for the transformation on the other side. And this is what is happening in this assemblage. And understanding literacy as a process of interactions rather than as a single human ability. I think this is important, that writing today cannot be seen as an individual project, never. And traditionally it has been so. So the desiring is about what will literacy be, or is literacy something that we invent every time that we move into a creative writing process? Oh, yes, I think this was a discussion questions. I can show you some of the images when the students, they really struggled to create the prompt images for the stories that they submitted for the end of the day. And this was difficult because the humans that generative AI create, they become very childish, as you can see. So they wanted a girl and a boy, a robot and a child. But as you can see, they didn't really manage. So they were so frustrated with this. So I will show you what they say. Because part of these assignments was that they had to do images, but they didn't have as much time to do the images as they had to do the text. So it was often one person in the group who engaged with creating the images. But there were very, very few images that were accepted by the students. Some of the students, they managed to make images without human beings, and then they could accept them aesthetically. So here you can see the prompts in relation to the images. Draw a girl hugging a boy in a square. The boy's name is Devon and the girl's name is Miriel. And they were not, looks like children were their comments. Next prompt, draw a girl who has golden blonde hair. Her eyes are large and expressive, with an unusual gray-blue color that shifts in light, with an Aryan appearance, tall, young, normal clothing style. Looks too young. Next example, prompt here. Draw a young man and a woman who saves the world in 2120. And they were not satisfied with that because they thought it was like some kind of action movie, like manga series. So they added to the prompt, who saves the world from the state. And then we had these examples, and of course it wasn't satisfying neither. So it's quite interesting. There are just some references. So it's quite interesting to see how they are aesthetically aware. And I think that through the use of generative AI in this way, we can also bring in aesthetic dimensions that are easily lost in L1 education and even in other subjects. I have more things to show regarding this study, but we also have questions on Book Club, but it seems like you are also, it's a long day, so we'll see. Here are some reference that I use. So here you have the book that we published, Who Holds the Future? Value Enactment Through Future Framing by Upper Secondary School Teachers. And this is in a book with many different chapters, both on AI literacy, speculative methods, and also on how we use data and simulations in education in various settings. And the book is called Framing Futures in Post-Digital Education, Critical Concepts for Data-Driven Practices. And here at the bottom, you have a book by Real Miller, and he has this title, Transforming the Future, Anticipation in the 21st Century. And this book has had a huge impact in the European Union, because if you go to the UNESCO website and look for future literacy, and there you will see that this book forms the foundation for the pedagogical tool of futures literacy. So there is a community, and UNESCO also encourages this, that try to spread futures literacy into education in various ways. Because if we do not speak about futures more, and also engage seriously with futures, somebody else will do it for us. So this is something that I would like to work with you. I would like to work with you about this issue and about futures, and hopefully we can do that tomorrow. You can ask me questions about futures methods if you are interested now. Otherwise, I will just go through that tomorrow and give you a roadmap tomorrow, and we can have some collaborative work around futures. And the idea is that you will write a postcard from the future tomorrow when we are finished, and you will say thank you to some important person here in the present for everything that has been done, so that we can have a better life in 20 years or so. So thank you. This was maybe far from your subject that you're working with in your disciplines right now, but this is what I'm doing research on. Thank you. So do you have any questions? Maybe you can go to Book Club. Yes, you have one question.
As per your presentation, there is one question I would to ask that, do you think language and literature has predicted the rise of AI accurately?
That they translate, no. That they translate?
Do you think language and literature has predicted the rise of AI accurately?
Oh, if language and literature has done that. I mean, this is so interesting. I know that one of you is doing a study on literature, or several of you probably. And there are so many myths about AI in literature. And I have read, actually, I'm submitting now a text in French this spring, and there I have several studies on the myths in literature and popular media regarding AI. And it's almost always robots. Always robots walking around and androids taking over. So it's also very dystopian, and very few scenarios where we see fruitful or productive collaborations. It's more about threats in the futures. So we have like Ishiguro, the Nobel Prize winner of the Literary Prize, in his Clara and the Sun, for example. You have this myth about the robot who has emotions and thinking and so on. And it's so clear, all the computer scientists that I'm speaking with, they are emphasizing again and again that this is technology. It cannot think. We are speaking about statistics and predictions and so on. It's mathematics, nothing else. However, these models can imitate and emotions, and can imitate also what creativity is. And the data that we feed these models with, they can definitely lure us into a very realistic impression. But I think that literature has always been extremely important for predicting the futures. So I have had this course on science fiction together with an astrophysicist. And it was so rewarding to have that course because I took care of the literature. We read all works from authors like Philip K. Dick, but also Ursula Le Guin and another female as well as male science fiction authors. And he explained a little bit the technology that these science fiction stories drew on. And I talked about the literature, and maybe also the lack of literature in some of the science fiction stories that are so interesting. But I mean, time travels, they are experimenting with that. And we have a huge fund of literature about time travels, and also about alternate history. This is also a way to see and to look at how the world could have been different. Not that it will be different, but it could have been different. For example, if we wouldn't have invented, I don't know, the car, petrol, that we stayed with steam instead of electricity and so on. So this is a passionate field for research if you are in literature, but it's also tricky because there are a big field of world building studies where you theoretically look into how world building has been made in science fiction. And this is a kind of narratology drawing on Gérard Genette and also you have Mary-Laure Ryan, for example, who is she has engaged with changing the narratology theory to adapt it to a digital era. So I really encourage you to look into her work. So it's tricky because there are so many things that you can look at. You can look at the myths only. There are so many people doing that right now. So you must be careful. But I think it's interesting to see how different scholars try to find, for example, stories from India, from China, from different parts of the world that actually speaks about this artificial human being that very well can be a robot of today. So that is one thing, yeah. Mm. Yeah.
If language defines our humanity, how do you think that non-human things, non-human agents like AI or even classroom environment can expand or alter this definition of humanity?
Yes, I mean this is the core question, and of course I will not be able to give a straightforward answer, but I really encourage all of us to discuss this, because what kind of linguistic being will I be in 10 years? I mean, I've tried to figure myself in 10 years, because I see already now, I mean, I'm working quite intensely between Swedish, English, and French. And I need to do things fast. We are all trapped in this efficiency economy and this logic of being productive all the time and produce. So then if you have an AI who can help you to do that, it's excellent. And what you can see in Sweden, to take one example, the teachers, they are quite often now working with generative AI to do their lesson planning, for example. And why not? The problem is when they start to grade their students or giving feedback to generative AI. Because we must ask ourselves, how ethical is that? So most schools nowadays, they have policies regarding that. So they say that administratively, in planning work and so on, go ahead, you can use generative AI, but you cannot use them for evaluation and grading. However, if we go towards that, and we know that the students, they also use generative AI to produce their text, where will we go? We will have students using generative AI for producing their texts and their exams, and we will have teachers using generative AI to evaluate those texts. So where is the human in that? We will have like machines speaking to each other, and the human is just there. So it is a very relevant question. Where do we go, and where do we strike the balance? So the glimpses that you got from this study today, I mean, I must emphasize this. It's very explorative, but the data, they are quite unique. No one has this data yet, so we are very early to actually observe the process, what is happening with the students when they engage with AI practices. And I mean, they are also asking this question to themselves. Can we, dare I, and how should I talk to this machine? How should I prompt? Because the prompting is sort of it's the interface between the machine and us. So I'm very divided and hesitant regarding how to do this. But that's why I believe that we really need to look into different practices. What is happening when we bring in generative AI? And instead of banning the tools, trying to explore, okay, we use it now openly. We'll see what happens and what you can do with it. For example, I have colleagues, they have worked with people who are learning Swedish. I mean, we have a lot of immigrants in Sweden, so if generative AI can be helpful in learning languages, so we have that. And I mean, generative AI also developed really fast regarding assessment, especially in English. So essay assessment you can do, I mean, in quite a good way through AI. So you do not need to sit there with your 50 copies late in night if you have an AI to do it. And I don't know how it is in India, but in Sweden, there is an enormous lack of teachers for the futures. Too many kids and no teachers. So what do? We need to develop tools for this. But that's for sure, the status as a human being is changing. So this is extremely existential, and that is why it's so important to bring in students into futures thinking, so that they actually can speak about their fears, but also about their very imaginative solutions in the futures, because we also have extremely innovative and creative solutions in these texts that we have collected during the years. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yes, thank you. I mean, I don't want to force things, because I feel that you are, yes, oh yes, go ahead.
I do understand that AI is the future, and it holds so many possibilities.
Yes.
But as of now, it does have its limitations. And like, for instance, I saw in your presentation that how a student was getting frustrated with ChatGPT because the student could not make the ChatGPT understand what they want.
Exactly.
So my question to you is it right to partially introduce AI in the lives of students? And if we do so, shouldn't there be guidelines or some sort of do's and don'ts for them?
It's a very good question. So I've been looking now, there are so many studies or reviews of AI guidelines that have been made all over the world, specifically in higher education. And we can see that these guidelines, they are not very helpful regarding what is done in practice. The guidelines, they are speaking about how you ethically should introduce these tools. And I can say that the most prominent universities in the world, they encourage the use of AI because they see that we need to teach our students this for the future. But there are very few guidelines that are hands-on, do like this or like that. There are universities who develop staff courses, so you can, in a workshop form, so that you can develop your own course and so on. But these responsible AI uses, this is unknown terrain. We can see that the guidelines, they will not tell you anything about it. So that is why the Nordic, there is a Nordic Council. So they have just published a call for research funding. So now I am working on a research application. So this is what I have been doing when I'm not here. I'm in my room and I work on a research application with 4 other countries. I work with Norway, Denmark, Finland, and Estland on this call about responsible AI use in the Nordic countries. Because the question that you asked, there is no answer. There is no research about how we should do this. So we need to dive into it. And the application that I write will focus on responsible AI use by using the Bildung concept and how we can operationalize concepts such as creativity, criticality, communication, culture, and care into AI practices. Because we can see that the students in these examples, they use their ethical and moral compass somehow, because they think, is it correct? Can I do this? But we need to do that more, and not only in educational settings. So hopefully, if I manage with this project, the idea is to produce a framework, a blueprint, and something that you can actually apply in practice with AI tools. so that all these dimensions that we want to have in our education actually are there with the students. But this is the same in the workplace. It's not only in education. Even in the workplace, there is so much learning going on.
When we create questions, like when we create questions, the MCQs and stuff, ChatGPT creates ambiguous questions.
Yes, and then you must ask yourself, did I answer it right? And can I be more precise? And also know what are the limitations of AI? So this is also why we need to have AI literacy embedded in social sciences and the humanities now. This is my conviction. And how we do that, I couldn't say, but what we can see is that AI literacy frameworks have been published in recent years, and they are focusing both on the technology itself, but also on more on the limitations and opportunities with AI. So I cannot say exactly how you should do, but learning how to prompt is also one thing. And I think that we perhaps need prompt experts, those who are really interested and enthusiastic for these issues in school, circulating and working with different teachers in different groups. So we need to collaborate differently among teachers. Yes. Well, thank you. I don't think we should push it further tonight, right? I don't know. Will I be banned? We work more tomorrow.
Thank you, Professor Lindbergh, for such an informative session on the use of AI in education. Even my research is focusing on the use of electronic literature in educational pedagogy in the Indian context, especially. So, with this, we conclude day 4 of the GIAN course on culturally empowering, through language and literature. I thank Professor Anisul Rahman and Professor Ilva Lindbergh for their enriching contributions today. As a reminder, the test link will be posted on the WhatsApp group shortly, and you can attempt the test anytime before midnight. The test will be graded and the grades will be reflected on the certificate. Thank you all for your active participation. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for the valedictory and the last lectures of the GIAN course. Thank you. 12 noon. The lectures will start at 12 noon, followed by the valedictory at 4:30 p.m.
Recording stopped.